Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please. Verbal slutties.
Is that correct?
Literally not. Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. That's not me. That's Judge Middleton. Where am I? Oh, man. I'll find me. Give me just a second. Let's see. I'm going to be on camera 1. Let's try that. Hope you're having a better morning than I am. Just 1 second. I'll get this fixed. Run today. Let's see if that works. There I am. All right. Much better. Much better. Good morning. Welcome everyone. Come on in. Have a seat. Take your seat. Happy Tuesday to you. First workday week for a lot of you. But great to have you all here. Congratulations, Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. You're first in chat today. And for that accomplishment, we're going to punish you. Yes, we treat it as a bad thing around here. We're going to sentence you to internet ownership for your over-exuberance in being in chat. And you're responsible for everything IP-related worldwide from now until we go live again, which we might only do one time today. I moved my interview up till 4 o'clock today because I think we're going to be done with the Chen sentencing, which is happening, I believe, today. And we've got the jury still has to decide the aggravating factor, whether that existed or not. So a little bit of stuff going on there, but I think it won't take them too long. It only took 47 minutes for them to reach a verdict on the whole case after 7 days of testimony. So I don't think it's going to take long on the aggravation factor. Basically, it's going to be them deciding if it was especially brutal. And 60 stabs is not looking good for Chen. All right. Michelle, every state does it differently, and I just didn't research how Tennessee did it. I thought I knew how they did it, and I was wrong. Some states the jury does the sentencing, and you have a guilt and innocence phase, and then it's followed by a sentencing phase where it's almost like another mini trial, the same jury. Some states the judge does the sentencing. Some states there's mandatory and immediately you're sentenced. It's a little bit different. So, but we're learning every day. Every time we're in a new state, following court, we learn a little bit more. And of course, the different types of trials with the different types of penalties change things as well. Bad courtroom audio and squeaky courtroom chairs are aggravating factors for me. That's awesome. Well, speaking of squeaky chairs, it's time for everyone to stand up and do the birthday stuff. So we are going to celebrate any birthdays we may have today who are with us. So we'll give you guys just a minute to come up with that. Well, it was a good run. I always said I will sing happy birthday every morning as long as there's somebody to sing to. And as soon as there's one morning without people to sing to, the birthday thing will be over. We will no longer sing happy birthday to anyone ever again. I'm sure that should have got there we go. Angelique says, my nephew Joshua's birthday, 14 today. Angelique's like, don't kill the streak. We will sing to Joshua then. That is awesome. I knew there would be somebody out there. I was just kidding, by the way. I like singing happy birthday. Selena K gifted 5 memberships first thing this morning. Congratulations to all the winners. Great people. And thank you very much, Selena K, for your generosity. Broken Baker. We've got to sing to Broken Baker as well. Okay, so Joshua, Broken Baker. Somebody keep tabs of this. Who's gonna take notes? We've got Joshua, Broken Baker, Jennifer. I'm fine with singing to all these people you select, but the rule is you have to share the video with them so they get to see that we sang to them. Otherwise, it's no good. All the babies born today have a birthday. They do. We need a little closer connection than that, though. Laura said, my birthday was on Thanksgiving, so I never got my song. We sing before and after for that. Does somebody have the three names together? We had Joshua, Laura, and Broken Baker. We can sing to those three. You guys ready for that? Joshua, Broken Baker, Jennifer. Let's do Joshua, Jennifer, and Broken Baker. Josh, Jennifer, Broken Baker. There it is, Samantha. Thank you very much for that. All right, here's what we're going to do. Everybody stand up. Take a deep breath, shoulders back. Get ready to project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me, if you will. La, 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 la. Excellent. Add Ryan, too. We'll add Ryan if somebody can retype it for me. Dancers at the ready. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Joshua, Broken Baker, Jennifer, Ryan, and Baby Spice. Happy birthday to you. Baby Spice is 49 today. Where did that come from? To everyone who is celebrating their birthday today, even Baby Spice, Ryan, Joshua, Jennifer, Broken Baker, happy birthday.
You look good.
Judge Fleischer even says so. I realize there are a million places it could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can turn that to you and make your day a little more special. Help yourself to free pancakes at Village Inn, IHOP, McDonald's, Waffle House, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Bar and Grill, and any other fine establishment that celebrates this tradition. Happy birthday. Broken Baker, that's exciting. How did I not know? Yesterday we had Thomas, and today Broken Baker. It's a great Tommy Baker. Tommy Baker. Happy birthday, Tommy Baker. We'll sing really quickly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tommy Baker. Happy birthday to you. There you go. You got it. Your own verse, Tommy. Earlier this month was Kurt's birthday. Yes. And we missed it. I'm sorry, Kurt. He reminded me and I forgot. It was on a Monday, so I forget over the weekends. Your voice sounds so great with my subwoofer. Maybe I should start beatboxing just to test the limits of your subwoofer. Daughters had birthdays this month. My neighbor's grandmother's dentist godson's birthday is today. That's funny. Uh-oh, here comes our big drum solo. Everyone get your air drum sticks. Sit down to your air drum set. And get ready to do the big drum solo finish. Here we go. It was wonderful. Happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. You can't hear anything. Jamie, I hope it's just you. Because if it's just me, I have to redo everything. Ricky C., we're going to sing to you on Friday. Remind us, though, because I will forget. I absolutely will forget. All right, we hear just fine. Hopefully you can get your volume sorted out there, Jamie. All right, we have a little bit before court begins. I have a confession. I've been on TikTok I started TikTok before I started YouTube. At least before I started live streaming on YouTube. And I did go viral on my first video on TikTok. Like, by viral, I mean 16 million views. That was really cool. That was awesome. My phone blew up. The alerts were just nonstop. I was getting 10,000 views a second. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And I've been watching this a little bit, and I just realized that I could have made a ton of money. And by ton, we're talking 6 figures if I had done it right, which I didn't do. I made for that video and the next one that I followed, which only got a couple million views. Together, I got like 18 million views. I made $630 roughly on TikTok over a 3-month period, thanks to those viral videos. Millions of likes on the videos, hundreds of thousands of saves, tons of shares, and I did not link the product I was demonstrating in the video to the video. Had I connected the video and shown that you could buy the product I was demonstrating that everyone thought was so cool for just, you could buy it for just $14, I would have made, well, by today's numbers, I would have made $1.85 per purchase as a referral. I'm pretty sure at least 100,000 of those millions of people would have spent the $14 on that. So, oops. I live and learn. So I thought that was funny. All right. What was the video about? It was about this. It was about this little steel chain and this cup. That's it. This is actually the cup. This is the famous 16 million view cup. Oops. So that's all. All I do in there is I set the cup. You don't even see me. I just take a string and pull the edge of the ball chain out, and it just floats up in the air as it falls as gravity. It's a science thing. Got a ton of views. So I made a new video on TikTok. It's the exact same video. I literally reused my old content, just cut it a little differently. It has 278 views. I don't think it's going viral. Anyway, that was fun. I thought I'd share. I know TikTok's got a lot of hate and a lot of security issues. And I say that as somebody who used to work in IT for the federal government in the Department of Defense. I can literally tell you that there were times that I was able to sit down at my desk and pull up various tools, access various tools, and watch the number of hacking attempts and the locations the attacks were coming in live against our servers. And security is huge. And China was a major source of attempts to access systems. It's crazy to watch the number of, the number of hits, the number of times they're just hammering at the servers trying to find a weak point to get in. It's absolutely nuts. But I take my risk on TikTok. So, all right, let's see. I would say they're very similar. It's just who has the information and who do we trust what they do with it. The general information is pretty much the same. What's the chain called? Can you get it on Amazon? I bought it 100 feet long. TikTok sells it in their stores. They sell it at 55 feet long. I can send you a link if you want it, but it's a fun little science trick that sort of blows your mind. Let's see. This is not something you want to Google. Let me just say, you don't want to Google this because apparently it's like not safe for work stuff might come up if you do this, but it's really just it's nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not my fault that people make crazy products that have the same name as this. So let's see. Looking for the long. Okay, here we go. Found it. I'll get you a link here. This is an Amazon link, so yes, I'm an affiliate. If you do purchase something after clicking on this link, it does help out the channel a small amount. Give me a second to get it in chat here. Don't need that audio. Is that a loop? There it is. It's called a ball chain. I don't know why that would be a bad thing, but It's a ball chain, and you can get it in like 100 or 50, like 55 feet or 100 feet. I like the 100 feet because the effect lasts longer, but both of them work. And Jish was like, "Oh, I see the problem." Everyone's like, "What did I just walk into?" Well, click the link and then you'll understand. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. Anyway, good fun. Heard Brian Koberger is back in court today. Is that true? What for? I know he's asking for a public hearing, and if he is in court, maybe we might be able to jump to that when it happens. I haven't seen what it is. I'm bringing the spice. Greeners. I told you not to search for it. Just click the link, and then it saves your history from. Yeah, you're in trouble. You searched for it, didn't you? You searched for it. Yeah. All right. Let's see. We're going to jump over to. Actually, we're jumping over to our ponytail judge first. That's where we're going first. That's where we're starting our day. We're gonna pick up Jason Chen's trial when it begins. They've got morning business in court that is other, things other than this trial. So we'll jump to that in a little bit. But for now, we're going to do a little bit of court hopping this morning, get us warmed up.
901-895-19SI.
I'm not sure whose social security number. No, just kidding. He's not saying that. I think it's a case number.
We have millions of dollars worth of unpaid fines and costs. That used to be a priority for the Supreme Court. Not so much, but we don't forget them. So you've waived your prelim. The matter will be bound over to circuit court. Maybe they're looking at drug court or something, but you're going to need to take care of these old obligations too. So we should take her out to the counter and she can set up a payment plan on those unpaid fines and costs.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. George.
Thank you, Judge.
We have only 2 cases with Mr. Gibson. He always ends up being last. And Fisk. Here's the PUCs, and those are all the misdemeanors. All right, Mr. Matheny is in custody. Was there a plea offer in that case?
Yeah, there was an offer to MBLP 200 to 1,000.
He only has one client that's here. Did he have obligations next door or something?
Don't know.
Tim, we have that civil infraction trial set for tomorrow.
That's correct.
I don't know if you saw the email traffic over the weekend. Mr. George raised a couple of questions. One, I'm not sure whether his client is going to be here. And 2, and this was sort of in the back of my mind, he's asking what's his obligation if it becomes a civil infraction to represent someone.
I know in the case of another defendant kind of in the same situation, because there were probably 4 or 5 different individuals that were charged. I believe you discharged Mr. Truckee when we indicated that we were going to go forward with a civil infraction. So we wouldn't have any issue if the court wanted to reset it for a different date.
Well, I hate to keep doing that because this has happened like 5 times. I want to get this case resolved. And also, I hate to have you bring all your officers in on overtime.
And that's the concern. We do have, subpoenas out. And if there's going to be any concern about anything, we would just want to make sure we give them enough lead time. So I think the last time, and it wasn't this individual, but it was, a half hour before, and she decides I'm not coming. I'm just going to admit responsibility. So
yeah, well, I'll follow up with emails. Do you have anything this afternoon?
No, sir.
All right, after I get a chance to talk to Paul. But what I don't want to do, if she isn't going to show up, to have a bunch of cops here on overtime. So I'll let you know for the end of the day, so you can let your witnesses know.
We're gonna have a CSC trial and a disorderly person trial on back-to-back days.
TJ was gonna come down and do it.
Disorderly person
Yeah,
trial?
TJ, I asked if Eric could do it, but he thought TJ would be up to it. So yeah, TJ was going to cover it. And your other case just got adjourned
Yes.
for?
Discovery.
Okay.
I say we leave this trial on no matter what. No deals, no pleas. We can send our new employee in to learn. Get to watch two attorneys at work doing a full trial.
Yes, that would be a great case for her to do, except if it was a county case, that would be a great case for her to do. All right, well, we'll take a recess. We got to find Mr. Gibson. He only got 2 cases, but
Yep. See you, Joe.
it's probably time for a break anyway. So let's stop this and see what else is going on.
All right, so judge is done.
I am disappointed about Mr. Kern.
That's his last words. I'm disappointed. That's what we end on.
And I believe he has a case open in circuit court as well.
I think he does. At least one.
There we go. The judge is disappointed. We now are also disappointed. All right, Judge Simpson is not yet live, so we're going to wait a little bit for that. We do have we can see into the courtroom for Chen, but we're up high, like we're aimed high, because there is stuff going on, but it's not this trial. It's not the Chen trial, so we're waiting for that. We'll hold tight until that happens. We'll bring it to you as it does. Sandy Toes member for 19 months. Woohoo! Love it. Thank you very much, Sandy Toes. Appreciate your support. You don't want to disappoint your judge. You know what? You never want the judge to be disappointed, especially when he's about to hear your case. Let's see if we've got any other small case we can jump in on just briefly that won't get us all confused. Judge Wade Mercer is doing first appearances down there in the Panhandle of Florida.
Read it closely.
I think that's where he is.
But it looks like it's a consensual encounter to issue a trespass warning. But what it doesn't say is, I don't know how an officer issues a trespass warning without knowing the name. Mr. McDaniel may be correct. Maybe they don't have to submit the name. So the Rodriguez case, I did a search on Westlaw. That was the first case that came up, and then I had to come up here. So, of course, some other in the jail on first appearances. Go ahead, Mr. McDaniel.
Mathis, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's some other stuff out here, and that's the reason where I get that from, is that they said, I don't recall the cases and what, but you can give them a trespass, and you just tell them that they're not supposed to be back there if they don't give you your name, and the owner of the place knows who it is, you know what I mean? So all they got to do is call and, say, we give them a trespass.
Yeah, and I don't think in this one, the owner didn't know the name of the person, the owner of the business. There's no indication of that. Corporal Jones is left. Is anybody else in the jail? Is anybody else in the room out there? Mr. McDaniel, any other officer? It's froze.
It's froze. Somebody cut it off. I guess there's nobody else there. Virginia Little, congratulations. Snowy Houston. Man, that's crazy. Let's see. Christine E. Shyly whispers, it's my...
Let's see if it reconnects on its own.
Christine, why didn't you tell us when we were singing? Why didn't you tell us when we were singing? Happy birthday, Christine.
I guess we just try to
have a happy birthday. Go back and imagine we sang to you. Whoa. Why is he playing music? I've never seen that before. I've never seen them. Is that like a attempt to get us not to stream their courts by playing music in the break?
I noticed said to be here, yeah. I don't know what to do, Don. Try it again.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. Andrew C., member for 21 months. What are they doing? I mean, it sounds like a flute, but I'm sure it's copyrighted music. I cannot play that. Smooth jazz.
Hey, we lost y'all. We can't.
generator and it kicks on and knocks the power out. And then put the test run, then it kicks back over.
Did you hear that? At the jail, they're testing the generator, which knocks out their power.
So your generator's on now? Y'all without power or what?
It's like a weekly test to make sure the generator works.
They do a weekly test of the generator to make sure they have backup power, which kills the power, which cut the feed.
Can you tell the chief they need to do that some other time other than first appearances?
Try to.
Okay, so we're connected right now. We got to finish it. I need. Okay, thanks.
Please, no more music.
Weekly test of the generator apparently happens during first appearance. That's funny. Brilliant.
That's brilliant, yeah. Judge, tell the chief, not on my watch.
They said when the generator kicks on, they lose power temporarily.
That's what I
You
said.
have to
Judge.
add on to everything. My computer just froze. It's just add on to the craziness.
It's possible, Selena. It's possible we might jump in and do some catch up on the Cochran Ponzi scheme trial. Selena K, are we going to watch any trial tomorrow?
I guess
That's
we
the
try
answer,
it
by the
again,
way.
Don. I don't know.
Thank you, Selena, by the way, for your generosity. Why? It's the same music every time. Possibly. And we're back. I don't like the hold music on Zoom. Whoever came up with that needs to not be a thing. I feel like, though, I've been here long enough, I need to see what happens next. Is that the Andre 3000 flute album? I don't know what it is. I'm scared to listen enough to find out what it is. But I will tell you that I'm going to end the live stream today by 3:30. Whatever's happening, I need to take a break. I've got a scheduled interview we're going to tape at 4. And I'm excited about it. I'm really, really excited. So I don't know when it's going to air, but you'll know when it does. Don't do it. Don't click that hold button, dude. They should play the RA album. I should send it out to courts. Here's your hold music. There, we're back on his phone.
Mr. McDaniel, I can see you. We can't see the jail. Can you hear us okay?
I am outside the jail. I'm on my phone. So.
We can't hear you, John.
I can't hear you.
We lost you again.
Okay.
I'm just filming all the
Justin,
cameras.
can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'm outside.
You're buffering. We can't hear you. It keeps pausing, John.
Jackson. Now we see the sky. Now we see your glasses and your head.
We should have Jennifer Adams, case number 24548MM.
You can't do it out here, outside the building. She has to be there.
Hang on just a second. You can come on up, ma'am.
No, she's in the building. Okay. Your lawyer's walking around the parking lot. You're here in court. Nothing could go wrong. Let's go ahead.
So it's not coming back on or what? We're not through. I need you to get back in there. We need to finish first appearances. No, it's not back on, and we got to finish it. Thanks. All right. We have a couple of pre-trials that were set for tomorrow because of the courthouse closure because of the winter storm. Mr. McDaniel's got some of those cases up to date. This is State versus Jennifer Adams, 24-548 Ms. Adams is charged with selling or giving alcoholic beverages to a person under 21 and sell tobacco products to a minor. Ms. Adams, listen to Mr. McDaniel, ma'am. Your attorney appearing by video there, and he's going to tell us where we stand in your case, ma'am.
Providing alcohol to a minor.
Your Honor, I spoke to Ms. Adams at this point in time. She's going to plea of no contest to the charge as listed. The understanding that she'll pay a $370 fine within 60 days, be a withhold of adjudication, and this will resolve this case today.
And Mr. Mitchell, is that agreeable with the state?
It is, Your Honor.
Is there an agreement on a court date, a future court date, or what happens if Miss Adams doesn't pay the fine?
I'm going to pay it off today.
Is that the plan to pay it
I'm
today?
going to pay it as soon as we're done if I'm allowed to. I'm going to pay it completely. I don't want to make, I want to.
You want to get over with? Okay, fair enough. Mr. Mitchell, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
And Miss Adams, is that the plea you would like to enter, ma'am?
What did he say it was?
He said pay a $370 fine. You said you're going to pay it today.
Oh, yeah. I meant so am I pleading guilty?
The plea of no contest.
What does that mean? What is
no contest means you're not contesting the charge. You're not pleading guilty to it. You're not saying it happened. You're simply saying, I'm not contesting and I'm not going to fight it.
Okay. Does that leave it on my record? Like it's going to show something?
That's a complicated question. If a job application says, have you ever been convicted of a crime? The answer would be no, if this is all you have.
Okay. That's why.
If the job application says, have you ever pled guilty or had no contest to a crime? That's a different question with a different answer.
Okay.
The answer to that question would be yes.
Okay. That's just so I can understand, because I've never heard that goes. Thank you.
You have to read the question very carefully. Is this the only time you've ever been charged with a crime?
It was a long, long time ago.
The stuff you have on, there's a Jennifer Adams that may not be the same person.
There's someone in here. I got someone's medicine from the pharmacy.
Slow down.
Sorry.
It's okay. Miss Adams, there's a Jennifer Adams. I don't know if it's the same person or not, but this Jennifer Adams has some felony charges in 2011.
I have one felony charge.
So it doesn't, this misdemeanor, you have a felony conviction?
But I have a thing until I ask you to get a pardon.
Okay, so this misdemeanor is meaningless if you have a felony conviction.
Okay,
because
that's fine. I just didn't know how it would work.
The felony conviction is going to disqualify you from much more than this misdemeanor charge, non-conviction charge will.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
And is this the plea you would like to enter?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I need you to sign that waiver of rights form. That form waives your right to an attorney, waives your right to a trial, and waives your right to call and cross-examine witnesses.
Yes, sir.
She did say she took someone's medicine.
It was originally a probation offer based on, I believe it was a prior drug conviction from 2007 in Calhoun County. But Mr. McDaniel sent me a bunch of case law backing up, the reason why this plea works right here.
Yeah, I have no problem with the plea. I think what Ms. Williams was talking about before court this morning, you told her if she didn't pay it, there'd be a $10-day jail sentence, but she's paying it today, so it doesn't matter. Ms. Adams, I'm going to accept your plea of no contest, ma'am, to this charge, case 24-548 both counts. Ms. Williams? Correct. Plea of no contest to both counts, withhold adjudication of guilt, impose the standard court costs and fines in count 1 of $370, waive the court costs and fines in count 2. And you're going to pay that today, and the case will be over. Mr. Adams, we're going to give you some paperwork, ma'am. When you get your paperwork, you can go downstairs to the clerk's office on the east side of the courthouse, make the payment, and the case is over. Yes. Any questions? All right. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you. You too. Gotta be careful.
Richard Fox.
Then we have, go ahead, Mr. McDaniel.
Richard Fox, case number 24-565-581-582
Why is she still there?
Okay, Mr. Fox, come on up. Mr. Fox is charged with 3 counts of petty theft. Mr. Fox, come on up. Listen to Mr. McDaniel, your attorney, and we're going to see where we stand in these cases.
Is that all?
Your Honor, Mr. Fox is going to accept the pretrial intervention from the state in case number 24-565. The state's going to dismiss case number 24-581 and 582 with the understanding that he's going to be on pretrial intervention for 6 months. He'll pay a $370 fine. It'll be $180.09 in restitution. He can early terminate. There'll be no classes he has to take, and that'll resolve this case today, Your Honor.
Crickets.
So they're all second-degree misdemeanors. Is that why we're at 6 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Mitchell, is that agreement with the state?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Fox, did you hear that agreement?
Yeah, he was talking real fast, sir. I didn't understand exactly.
Okay, just a second. When I get this form, I'll go over it with you.
Yes, sir.
And there's no contact with Walmart, any Walmart. Is that right, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. McDaniel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to explain this term that's agreed to you since Mr. McDaniel's appearing remotely. Make sure that this is what you want to do. So the agreement is 6 month PTI on each case. The cases will be
They're going to dismiss
Well, there's only one case number, but then it says concurrent.
565 is the one that he's going to be on PTI for. 581 and 582 are being dismissed pursuant to this PTI agreement.
Let me get this disposition. So it's not 6 months concurrent. It's 6 months PTI only in 24,565 MM. That's the first offender program. As part of that PTI, you're going to stay out of trouble, comply with the terms of your probation or PTI, pay restitution of $180.09. There is a $3.50 clerk fee per payment allowed by state law. So what that means is you're better off paying it all at one time than making payments, because every payment of restitution, they charge you $3.50 per payment. In addition to that, you're going to pay $370 court costs and fines and have no contact with any Walmart. If you do those things, the state attorney's office is going to dismiss the case against you. If you don't do those things and you're on conditional release, and you could be violating your conditional release, and you could go to jail with no bond if you violate the terms of the PTI. Did I explain that correctly, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McDaniel?
I believe the person that he's here with was asking any Walmart, and yes, during the period of PTI.
No contact with any Walmart while he's on supervision. While he's on supervision. So if let's say he gets off early, let's say he gets off at 3 months. Then
I was told that I was told by Mr. McDaniel that I would only have to do 3 months and pay them something for 3 months. Or
if you successfully do half of it, which is 3 months, which means you do no violations, you get everything done, you've stayed out of trouble, you've got everything paid, then the state's probably going to go ahead and dismiss the case. I was
going to pay everything in a day if they want to, because we didn't want to go to, I guess he didn't want to go to trial or whatever, but I just want to get it over with.
If you pay everything today, you still have to report for 3 months.
I guess he didn't want to go to trial or
you got to
whatever.
be on at least 3 months.
Yes, sir.
And if you pay everything today.
Is there a report here, or is there
Let me finish. Okay. You've got to stay out of trouble. You've got to report for 3 months. And if you do all that, then the state may dismiss the case early. They typically do, unless there's some reason not to, which usually if there's a reason not to, there's a violation file.
Yes, sir.
So what's your question? Where do you report at?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live at?
Right now I live in Bonifay.
Okay, you will report here in Mariana once a month.
Okay,
at the probation office, the courthouse.
Here, okay.
Yep. Any other questions?
And I won't have anything on my record. I'm prior FDLE, so I don't want anything on my record at all.
Were you arrested?
I do, sir.
Okay. If a job application says, have you ever been arrested? The answer is no, as long as this is the only thing that you've got, as far as I know it is. If a job application says, have you ever been charged? That's a different question. And the answer to that question is yes, you have been charged. If a job application says, have you ever been convicted? The answer is no, because this is not a conviction.
Okay.
So it depends upon the question that you're asked, but you have been charged and you're entering an agreement to do certain things. And if you do those things, the state's saying, we'll dismiss the case.
Okay.
Cases against you. Case. All right. Any other questions?
Prior FDLE.
Is this the agreement you want to enter?
Yes, sir. I guess.
Okay. I'm going to show you a case referred to that. We say you guess. Is this what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a case referred to the PTI program. I need you to see Mr. Goodson with that office, Mr. Fox. They're going to, Mr. Fox, they're going to go over the paperwork with you. They'll see if you have any questions, and they'll get you instructed on the terms of your supervision. I wish you the best.
Well, Judge, I think Jake was going to make an announcement for those cases on the pretrial docket tomorrow.
I don't know, Mr. Goodson. Hang on just a second. I don't know what else we got. Okay.
Yeah, he was just mentioning that I was going to announce a dismissal in 2 of the cases that were set for tomorrow. Anthony Manning.
Just a second. So there's on his other 2 cases, Mr. Fox's other 2, those are dismissed if he successfully completes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on Anthony Manning for tomorrow, the state's announcing a dismissal
yes,
for tomorrow.
24525, we're going to announce a dismissal. It should be handled in civil court based on the facts of the case from what we have reviewed.
There's nothing outstanding in Mr. Manning's case, conditional release warrant, nothing like that. Right, Mr. Goodson? Okay, and then the other case, Mr. McDaniel?
The other one was Montez Turner, 24645. He's paid the public defender fee, which was like the only condition that he had. So we're going to announce a dismissal, and the victim's on board with the dismissal in that one too.
So Turner's being dismissed by the state. That leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 defendants on tomorrow's docket. And Mr. McDaniel, what's the plan on those 6?
So one of those is a conflict attorney case. So I haven't even attempted to reach out to Mr. Baker. 3 of them I know I've got set for tomorrow that are supposed to show, or maybe 2 of them I have set. I know Sissy, I'm going to have her, I've sent her an email. She's going to try to contact those other 3 and get them tomorrow. We'll go from there.
So we don't have a date certain for any of those, correct?
Two of them definitely told tomorrow. So let me see.
We won't be here tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Thursday. So two of them are definitely going to be there Thursday, and I think there's 2 or 3. I think Sissy's going to try to get a hold of today for Thursday.
Do you want me to tell him which ones are coming Thursday, John? I got your email right here.
Sure, guys. Because I announced I had one other one that I talked to. So, but let's see. So Thursday would be
Julie Pravat's one of them.
Ms. Pravat's coming Thursday. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Pravat's Thursday.
I guess just
Miss Stelly will be here Thursday. Now, that's not my case, but that's that's one that she's already pled to, but she'll be here Thursday. And then there's Blackburn Eubanks, Otis Fears. I got to talk to still. I couldn't get a hold of him. So Julie Pravat Thursday morning. So maybe 2 I'm trying to get a hold of. So there's a couple of them I sent to Sissy to try to get a hold of, but I wasn't able to talk to. But a couple of them will be there.
The only ones left, Sissy, are Kenya Baker, Blackburn Eubanks, Otis Fears, and Armani Jackson.
Kenya Baker is Amanda Kelly's case. I know that she just had surgery at the end of December. She is going to be out until February 28th. That's what I know on that one right there. So we may have to, and I've already filed an information in that case, so we may have to push it to the March pretrial date, depending on that.
Do we have speedy trial issues?
I don't think we should.
So, Madam Clerk, reset on State versus Kenya Baker 24-528 is scheduled for tomorrow, but the courthouse is closed per the Chief Judge. So we need to reset that for the next available. Was it set for a pretrial? We need to set for the next available pretrial docket.
Guys. Scheduling is hard. Apparently, the judge has to do all the scheduling
Set
himself.
it for the next one, which is February 19th. And then if they want to reset it or file a continuance, then that's fine. If they want to get someone else to show up for Ms. Kelly, that's fine too.
I'll get in contact with Amanda on that one.
Okay. All right. So thank you. So I'm a little concerned about the jail not reconnecting because I want to make sure it's going to work when we start back. So let me try one more time.
I think they don't connect to you, Judge. You connect to them. So I think you'd have to disconnect and connect back to the jail.
Oh, no. Then we're going to go into.
We've done that about 3 times. But we're going to try it, Mr. McDaniel. So we're probably going to lose you, but we're going to try to connect to the jail and see if we can close out first appearances because I don't know that they know. I haven't told them that I'm not covering tomorrow. So I was going to do that before we left. So we're going to hang up, Dawn, please, and let's try to connect to the jail one more time.
Judge Peel's.
Thank you, Judge. Am I released or? Oh, I guess.
There's that music again. Still. Maybe it's is it Titanic? My heart will go on and on.
Together like the last.
Mr. Gibson, if you want to go ahead and you go with everything.
It's time. It's time.
If you don't mind just standing by, we'll bring in as soon as we start the hearing, okay?
Okay, so I am basically interpreting for the parents who are to testify.
Yes, what will happen is this is a sentencing hearing on a first-degree murder case. I believe the defense wants to put on some mitigating proof that'll come through the parents of the defendant. They'll take the stand. They'll speak very clearly to the microphone. If you could just testify. Okay? So if you don't mind standing by for a little bit. We do have a few other things to take up. So it may be 15 or 20 minutes before we get to that point. Is that okay? Or would you like to call back and at that? Do you mind holding? Or would you prefer to call back? Thank you so very much.
Okay, so they're gonna hold on for just a second here. We are going to the sentencing for Jason Chen in the Jasmine Price murder, the trial of her convicted now murderer. We just heard that they're making some arrangements for translation for Jason's mom, who will address the court at some time. It will be a different language for sure. Not the regular languages we hear. But it might just be a minute. Just by a show of hands, how many of you are in freezing or below temperatures today? That would be 32 degrees Fahrenheit or 0 degrees Celsius or below today. I'm just curious. It's cold out there. It's cold, cold, cold. Oh, my goodness. Feels like it, but no. My hand frozen, too frozen to lift, says Rosebud. 7 degrees in New Jersey, says Christine. Negative 20. Oh, my MCAT, my water is frozen. We are expecting snow. I've got family out on the West Coast, and they're emailing and texting me like, "Are you guys ready to be snowed in?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" And I'm pretending like I haven't heard anything about the weather. Like, are you ready to for the snowpocalypse, or do you have enough food and water to survive for the next week or something? I'm like, when's it coming? How bad is it going to be? I'm still in shorts and a t-shirt right now. Of course, outside it is getting chilly, but I like to yank their chain a little bit. My mom called me. She's like, "Are you guys going to be okay?" I said, "Yeah, we've got a 90 square foot hole in the middle of our house that goes down to the floor underneath in the crawl space, so we need to get that fixed because that's our bathroom we're remodeling." And she's petrified that we're going to freeze to death. I said, if anything, we've opened up the crawl space under our house where our pipes are to the heated air that's in our house, so we're keeping them from freezing. It's actually better situation other than for our energy bill. Gina Haley, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for that continued support. Loved seeing that courthouse change colors. All right, you should have asked who isn't. Well, that's the next question. And be prepared for a little bit of jealousy and a little good-natured hate. Who here is above freezing outside right now? I'm in North Carolina. Eastern North Carolina, where we might get a little snow. Who's above? 52 in Jacksonville. It's all going to be Florida. It's all going to be Florida. Even Tacoma, Washington, it's freezing. Basically, we're asking if you're out of the country or in Florida, please raise your hand. That's what we're asking right now. Orlando, San Diego. Of course, San Diego gets good warm air, and that's a problem as well because they've got those Santa Ana winds in California. But 65 in Miami, 37 in California, but it's still early. I could do a poll, but I love seeing locations and little tidbits and funny comments as well. 102 Fahrenheit in Australia. You guys took all the warm air. That's what happened. You guys took all the warm air and you're hogging it. 67 South Florida. It's a balmy 7 in Oklahoma. Balmy. Oh, man. Sydney's hot right now. Australia can get heat waves that are crazy. It's almost boiling here. It's almost boiling. Whatever you are, it seems like very few people are fortunate enough to have a nice, comfortable weather forecast today. So if that is you, congratulations. You literally won the weather lottery. For everybody else, whether it's hot as Hades or as if Hades is frozen over in your neck of the woods, please stay safe. Please stay safe and warm. Make sure you plan ahead a little bit if you can, especially as there is going to be some bizarre weather happening in areas that don't normally get it. So, you ready for the snow? We don't see it. No, I'm not, Anthony. I plan on not doing anything. That is literally my plan. I plan on taking no action whatsoever to combat the snowy conditions. I do not even own a snow scraper for my car. Like I could not. I'd have to get out my little Blockbuster card and scrape the windows with that. I don't own one. I could use the leaf blower or a broom. Those are my two tools that are available to me. But I don't own a snow scraper. I do not own a snow shovel. I could not shovel my walks if my life depended on it. I don't think I even own a shovel. Oh wait, I do have a square nose shovel I bought for going down to South Carolina for hurricane cleanup, which I ended up being tree removal. Which a shovel is not good for tree removal. If you're doing tree removal with a shovel, you're in for a long day. Leaf blowers work great for snow. Just ask Canton PD. Just that and a couple cups, and I could be able to scoop it all up and get it gone. That's why you have kids. The kids are thrilled. We had ice, a little bit of an ice storm. The first time I've ever seen one here in the last, 3 years we've lived here. Oh my goodness. How long have we lived here? I can't remember if it's 3 years or 6 years. My memory is that bad. How long have I lived here? I think it's 6 years. Okay. I cannot remember an ice storm ever in that time. And that's a brain cramp. It's 6. Thank you, Karina. Check the shed. You may find one. We had a little ice storm, and the kids went out on the trampoline and bounced the trampoline so that the ice all broke up off the trampoline, and they used that to make a snowman, like an ice snowman. They are so excited for snow. Yo Mama member for 21 months. Hey, y'all, from super cold Canada. Yeah, we're going to blame you because this is pretty much your air you're sending down our way. You got it nice and cold and then pushed it our direction. So, Yo Mama, but thank you very much for 21 months of support. I love it. I moved there pre-pandemic, yes. So I had to be 6 years. That's the ghost for the help with the snow removal. I thought the trial was over. Why are we here? I will explain. The jury has found him guilty in the guilt and innocence phase. There is now a second phase where they have to determine if an aggravating factor is present. We went over those aggravating factors. They involve things like killing multiple people, killing a police officer. There's some weird ones out there. Pretty much the only one that I could see that applies is an especially brutal murder. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what the standard is. But when I think of 60 stabs, all of them happening before she was dead, that seems to me like it meets that standard. And so it might be a very easy decision for the jury and a very quick return on that verdict. It's time to play the soundbite from Ian about the cold weather.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you. Because we hate you.
The funny thing about that is Ian is actually in Las Vegas right now. He's down here in the U.S. So the cold air comes down from Canada, and he gets to keep it. All right. It was 6 years. I don't know why I had a brain cramp this morning. The code defines brutal as 65 plus stabs. Sorry. No, I think this one's going to qualify, and I think it's going to be quick. Do we know she was life for all? Yes, Swanee, we do. The testimony from the ME testified that all of the stabs were either antemortem or perimortem. That would mean before she was dying, while she was dying. There was nothing that was postmortem. A postmortem injury would not bleed the same way. They wouldn't have the blood infused in the subcutaneous layers and everything the same way. So they are able to tell on every single wound if it happens before or after she died, and all of them were before. So yeah, that I would say that is very much brutal. What today's verdict does is it solidifies the sentencing guidelines. I think it makes it so the lower, if they find there's an aggravated situation, I think it eliminates lower options for verdicts. Wonder if he'll speak today? I doubt it. Yeah, by one test tube, they use a 10 milliliter test tube. And if you've ever, administered blood, not administered blood, sorry, I said that wrong. If you've ever administered medication to a child, you know how much 10 milliliters of medicine is. It's a common measurement for children as far as, consuming medication. They used a 10 milliliter tube, and they were only able to fill 5.75 milliliters of blood. That was all that was left in her body. That's all they could get. Update on the Brian Koberger. Yes, there was a hearing today. No, it's not open to the public. It will be sealed. Thank you. We got a couple of emails. Denise called in as well. Denise, who was our court watcher up there. But there is another hearing on Thursday that may run into Friday, and that one will be open. So we'll be looking to watch a little bit of Brian Koberger a little later in the week if we can. Will only the defense have witnesses on this? No.
Do is go through some pre-sentencing required hearings, and then you're going to be able to translate first. So your part will be coming up very soon, hopefully next 15 minutes or so. And
okay.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Ralph.
Okay, Mrs. Ralph. I can bring out Mr. Let's see, stay right to see. I'll bring out Mr. Chen. Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do a sentencing hearing. If you're part of the regular docket today, you speak with your lawyer, and they'll get you a court date for picking up one of the sentencing.
I don't know which one they're going to allow him to have today. There will be no suit. I'm okay either way. The jury has already convicted him. I hear chains. I wouldn't be upset if he's still in a suit. His mom is going to speak probably pre-sentencing. Cam Lady, glad you got your sticker. I think most people should be receiving their stickers if they haven't received them by now. I'm pretty sure, unnamed true crime, I'm pretty sure the only change that could possibly fit in the sentence is whether it's life without parole or life but with a chance of parole, which is weird. But you think life would be life, but it's basically just the chance of parole and possibly a little shorter sentence. Who are these guys? Never seen them come through. Why does everyone come through the same door that the accused does? Okay, so we are on We're on day 8. One of the fastest verdicts we've ever seen here, 47 minutes. We've had one-day trials in Thurston, Washington, where a 6-person jury took longer to reach a verdict than that. Right, he is convicted. I said accused. You're correct. Not the same door. That we've seen the defendant come through that door many times. That very door.
Yes, Judge.
So that may be the translator, or it may be his mom. I'm not sure which one that is. The translator may be on Zoom. So the mom may be in the courtroom and the translator may be on Zoom. It's a weird setup. We'll see when people take the stand where they are, but I'm pretty sure the lady on Zoom we see right there is the translator. Super T member for 9 months. My milestone wouldn't allow the comments I wanted to add. I'm sorry, Super T. I'm sorry. For some reason, it limits the length of the message in the milestones. I mean, I realize that you can't write a book in there. We don't, it has to be able to fit on the screen, but not sure how YouTube chooses how long of a comment you can make. I know with some super chats, to say more, you have to give a larger donation. Like, seriously? It's like some words are, I guess you pay by the word. I don't have any control over that. We are watching the sentencing phase of Jason Chen. We're going to talk about aggravating circumstances. The jury, the same jury, still sequestered, will be making that decision on whether there was aggravation or aggravating factor. You can see the floor again. The evidence is gone. They cleaned it up. Hopefully it can be, I guess they have to store it, but it goes back into storage for a certain number of time. How long do you keep evidence before you say, okay, there's going to be no appeal? There will be no, do you wait till the appeal's denied and then you can throw away the evidence or dispose of it? Three to 5 inches of snow. The good news about a lot of these places that are getting snow that normally don't is it won't last very long. If you're able to hunker down and stay safe and warm with food and water, you probably can just wait it out a day or two and it will go away. But it's the people that have to drive in that situation that are going to have the miserable time. If they keep evidence forever.
Mr. Chen ready. He'll be brought out in the courtroom. We'll go over his right to testify if he chooses to do so. If he doesn't, at that point, we'll bring in the jury. I'll go over what I need to as far as making sure they haven't been exposed any media between now and since last night. And then at that point, the defense will call the Chen family members who wish to testify. At that point, we'll employ your services. Just so you know what the format's going to be. And thank you again for being here.
Would it take more than 30 minutes?
It depends on the nature of the questions. Until we'll probably another 10 minutes before we get started. Is that going to work?
Well, I'm going to try my best not to jeopardize my other case, and they are not here yet.
Okay.
And I know it won't be for probably another 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Well,
I just on the standby, yeah.
Oh no,
we
she's
have
got a
all
conflict.
warning for this. So for whatever reason, we need to stop your testimony and then recall you later once you're finished there. We can do it sometime this morning or even this afternoon,
Okay,
if that works.
okay, that will be wonderful. Yes, I will be able to help.
Great, thank you.
So I will leave whenever I have to.
Just let us know. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, this works, Nikki, because typically our water lines that feed our house, go through underground. It rarely, for most of the country, it doesn't freeze that deep, and so the water line would be about 50 degrees or something, even in cold of winter. And so if you keep that water flowing, the idea is warm water coming in will keep your pipes, which are sometimes exposed, between your sink and where the water enters your house. We'll keep those from freezing. That's an idea. I wouldn't keep them running because, the one guy says, a pencil width stream, you can burn through a lot of water. Whoa! My ears! What in the world? Yeah, we're going to throw some limiters on this. Ouch. That's a little better, but I'm also going to take a different channel. That was terrible.
We're on a time crunch here, but if I can time crunch here, but if I can touch 2 minutes with
absolutely. And we are working around the interpreter's schedule for sure. But as she indicated, while she does have another case she's interpreting for today, she'll be free at some point if we need to bifurcate the testimony. I don't want you to feel like anything's not being said because of the time frame we're working around. It's not necessarily current. I just want to make sure you're pushing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Whew. My ears. Digital Velcro, it's like that. They've got some sort of interference that keeps popping up. We're waiting for Mr. Chen. He's the holdup. I'm not sure if he's getting ready by getting dressed in civilian clothes, or if they're just delayed in bringing him over from custody. But they need a backup translator for sure. The fact that they've got a translator double booked with 2 cases going on at the same time, that is going to be bad for both cases. If only we knew somebody who could arrange for language translation. That's what Thomas did in his last company. He should have to wear jail garb now that the verdict has been rendered. Maybe he got all ready in his suit and they're like, no, you can't wear that. You have to go back into the orange. I've got that whistle I need to get rid of. Hang on. It's not getting rid of it. Google Translate. Unfortunately, the courts are not up to date with tech that way. They require the translator to be certified and be able to take an oath. In an old house, we kept a hairdryer in the basement for a pipe that would freeze. Oh, tish fish. That is crazy. I mean, it works. If it works, what do they say? If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid, right? Barb, we've got a couple things. We have the jury deciding if there's an aggravation factor. Spoiler alert, I think there is. And then we've got sentencing and pre-sentencing from the Chen family. I'm not sure if we're going to have other sentencing if like the Jasmine's family gets to talk. Thank you, Samantha, for that. Don't you have pipe insulation? No, we don't. We just have PEX. PEX is supposed to be able to freeze and not break. But I also use shark bite fix what are they called? Fittings. Not sure how they do with freezing. We'll find out. There's in a suit.
Mr. Chen, we're here for the sentencing hearing of your case. I believe you talked to Mr. Weiss about your constitutional right to testify at the sentencing hearing if you want to. He's going to ask you some questions about that. If you raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do.
All right, Jason, yesterday you made a decision not to testify in the guilt phase of the trial. This is the sentencing phase of the trial. You have a right for this jury to hear what you have to say that might be mitigating. You also have a right to not testify. We've gone over the benefits and detriments of doing both. Have you had enough time to talk to me about it?
I have.
Do you understand that it is a fundamental constitutional right to testify, but it is also a fundamental constitutional right to not testify?
Yes.
What is your decision?
Not to testify.
If you'll sign and date right here.
Judge might ask him a couple more questions about that, but no surprise there. He's got a flourish of a signature.
All right, Mr. Chen, as your attorney noted, it is your constitutional right to choose to testify or not testify. That can't be taken away from you.
陈先生，就像您的律师所讲的，您有权。
Mrs. Rao?
Yes.
I wasn't clear earlier. We're only going to need, Mr. Chen speaks English. It's only Mr. Chen's family that we'll be translating for. So I'll let you know when we need it. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
She just breaks in with the Chinese.
Mr. Chen, again, you understand it's your constitutional right to choose to testify or to choose not to testify. In this particular case, I know you talked to Mr. Weiss about that decision. You made the decision not to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. You may sit at the council table. I'm bringing the jury from the regular. Yes, Judge.
All right, so this might be a little awkward. Oh, there's all the evidence. This might be a little awkward with the Zoom translation because everyone will have to pause for the translation. Oftentimes, the translator will only speak in the ear of the person who needs the translation. But she's translating the court. She's going both ways. She'll be translating both directions. Which is normal, but it's going to be slow.
All right, please be seated. I want to make sure before we start, as always, that you're able to abide by the court's admonition not to speak about the case with one another and not to be exposed to any media. Is that correct? Just nod your head, please. Reflect everyone nodding their head. What's going to happen now is I'm going to read some preliminary jury instructions for you that deal with the sentencing hearing. Then the parties will start calling proof at that point. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree premeditated murder, Jasmine, as charged in count 1 of presentment 315228. As a consequence, your duties in this case are not yet concluded. On count 1 only, there will be a second sentencing phase of the trial, during which it will be your duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty that shall be imposed as punishment. In Tennessee, the possible sentences for the offense of first-degree murder include imprisonment for life and imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. In this case, the state is seeking a sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole in count 1. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more statutory aggravating fact circumstances, which in this case shall be limited to the following factor: that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case, an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easy as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute a verdict. Tennessee law also provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence. In this case, the mitigating circumstances shall include, but are not limited to, the following. 1, the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. 2, the youth of the defendant at the time of the crime. 3, any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or the sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record, or any aspect of the circumstances or the offense favorable to the defendant which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. In deciding the sentence for count 1, you are authorized to weigh and consider any statutory aggravating circumstance that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstance that may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase, the sentencing phase, or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are able to get the law. In other words, you are the judge of the law as well as the facts under the direction of this court. The law also makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. Please be aware that the prohibitions on independent communication and research are removed for now. Until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case, even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. This time we'll proceed to the sentencing phase.
Short instructions, but...
Mrs. Ralph, can you hear us? Mrs. Ralph, can you hear us?
Mrs. Ralph. Come in, Mrs. Ralph. Yeah, this should have been the last night the jury's kept in sequestration. Maybe there's a language barrier with the judge and the translator. Need to find a USB plug real quick. Hang on a second.
Hello, can you hear us okay, Ms. Ralph?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, Mr. Weiss, if you want to call either Mr. Chen's family members, you may do so at this time.
Let's call Shu Feng Chen.
you translate for the bailiff as he swears the witness?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirmatively the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
你神圣的宣誓，你将讲的证言将是实话，是吗？
是的。
Yes.
You can give her the microphone to hold and I'll help you hold it.
请他抓在手里，以便能够放大的清楚。
You're on the microphone too. Sorry.
您需要在麦克风讲。
I don't think it's necessary. Just be clear so the interpreter can hear you.
Good
请
morning.
讲清楚，慢一点，以便口译员能够听您口译，好不好？
Good morning, Miss Chen.
早晨，先生。
Can you say, are you related to Jason Chen?
您跟 Jason Chen 有没有亲戚关系？
我是他妈妈。
I am his mom.
I want to talk to you about your son. Can you tell me a little bit about Jason?
你再讲一次，我听不大清楚。
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you very well.
Can you tell me about your son?
你能不能告诉我你的儿子？
这是我儿子，他是一个很懂事的孩子，他很乖，在家里都很听话。
Son who knows right from wrong.
Tell me a little bit about his childhood. What kind of a child was Jason growing up?
那么 Jason 长大的时候呢，他的儿童时期是怎么样的？
他在学校小学跟初中都是挺好的，很好。他们就很少去外面，都是几个人他整个都在家里读书，回来都在家里。
He is a diligent student and got along very well in school with everyone. He spent a great deal amount of time at home doing his studying.
What kind of character? I know people can be defined by a moment in their life, but prior to this incident, what kind of character would you say that Jason had or has?
那么我知道，有的时候一个人他的生命有的时候是在一瞬间就会改变的。那么 Jason 在这件事情发生以前，就是他以前，你能不能告诉我他的人格个性是怎么样的？
他在家都是很好很听话的，他读书回来都是在家里，有的时候我做餐馆都很晚回来，有的时候他在家里都帮我干家务事。
So he is a very obedient child, diligent in his studies, and he will wait at home while we work very late from the restaurant business, and he will help out with housework.
Was he a violent person, a violent child?
他是不是一个有力的孩子？
你再讲一次，我听不太清楚。
Can you say that again? I could hardly understand what you're saying or hear you.
What was he a violent child?
他是不是一个有暴力的孩子？
他是的，他是一个很好的孩子，他都没有跟。
He's a very good child.
他都没有跟别人吵架，这些都是很懂事。因为我在家都跟他说：“妈妈不会英文，你要好好读书。”他说：“我知道，妈妈，你做餐馆很辛苦。”
He never fights in school, never fights with anyone. He knows right from wrong. And I told him that mom doesn't know English and cannot help you in many things. He said that I will study hard and I know.
How will this situation change your family?
那么这件事情对于你们家庭的影响怎么样？
我对我孩子，因为我们想不到他会发生这种事情。因为我们家都是比较好，我们都没有犯什么错误，我们都是好好的生活、上班赚钱，就想把两个孩子抚养长大，让他们共读书，好好学习，找一份好的工作，因为我们都很辛苦做餐馆。
陈太太，您等一下好不好？Yes, we are a law-abiding family. We teach our 2 children to study hard, to work hard, and to get a good job and have a good life.
How will Jason going to prison affect your family?
那么 Jason 如果到监狱里面去，会不会他是怎么样会影响到你的家庭生活？
他给我们的地方很大，我们就是希望他犯了错误在里面好好改造，然后我们也希望陪审团给他们一个好好的改过出来，因为我们真的很想他，因为他不是一个坏的孩子，他是一个很好的孩子。他都会很体谅我们，妈妈也很辛苦。他经常告诉我妈妈，我会好好读书的。他还告诉我说，妈妈，我快毕业了，半年我就毕业了，我再去读，以后去读 master。他说我读了赚了钱，你不要去餐馆上班，很辛苦。我会好好赚钱给你，妈妈。他真的是个很好的孩子。
He is actually a very good kid. He told me that within half a year I will graduate, and I am going to study my master's, and I will be making lots of money, and you no longer need to be working so hard in the restaurant. I hope that you will give him a chance to improve his life, and I wish the jury will give him a chance to give him another chance in his life so that he can do what's right.
Is there anything that you want the family of Jasmine Pace to know sitting here today?
那么今天的 Jasmine Pace 他的家庭，你要跟他们怎么讲呢？
我就恳求陪审团跟法官大人给我们孩子一个改过的机会，然后他有希望一个希望回家的盼头，就是希望他有一天可以出来回家。他不是一个坏，他是一个很好的孩子。
He is a very good child. He is not a bad person. I pray that lead to the judge and the jury to give him a chance so that he can go home and restart his life.
Is there anything that you want to say to Jasmine Pace's family?
你跟 Jasmine、Keith 他的家人，你要跟他们讲什么呢？
我就是想跟他们父母讲，我孩子犯错了，他这已经也受到了惩罚，希望他的父母给他一个在里面改造一个。重新做人，有个机会出来，改造后出来有个希望，有一天也能见到我们父母。我们父母来到美国，只是不会，因为真的很辛苦，培养一个孩子，我们真的很辛苦。希望他们家人给我们一个，给他孩子一个。给我还是一个改不到的机会，有一天出来。
Her family will give him, my son, a chance to be out one day and a chance to restart his life. Because it is very, very difficult in a country that we have to, without knowing English, we have to raise children in very difficult circumstances, and he is a good person, he's not a bad person. We wish that her family would allow him a chance to relive his life and improve his situation.
Can you explain to the jury why Jason should have the ability to have parole 51 years from now?
51 calendar years from now is his first chance at parole.
就是服刑之后呢，会有为什么他应该有机会被做出缓刑？
因为他平常都是一个很好、很懂事的孩子，他的犯错也是一时的犯错，然后他就是改造了，他好好会在里面好好。出来也要让他有一天有个希望，改造后，孩子要给他一个希望出来，早一天能够出来。他不是一个好孩子，他是一个很懂事的孩子，那他就是一直不知。
He is a good child. He knows right from wrong because his sudden passion, he made mistakes, and we wish that he can have a chance to change and improve in the prison. And I hope that he will have hope to get out one day and relive a changed life.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
The Chinese culture places great emphasis on education. You heard that throughout her testimony about how well he studied, what a good student he was, how he was getting his master's degree, and he would be earning money, she wouldn't have to work. That education is viewed as the vehicle for upward mobility, even more so in China than in other parts of the world. It is, and you see that when she talks about education, this is what's important to her, that her kids are growing and learning, and there's opportunity. So the culture aspect is playing out here, where possibly somebody from a different culture in this very same situation would handle this differently. I understand what she's talking about. She's going to set down the microphone. She didn't understand that she didn't have to hold it. There's very, even if he gets life with a chance of parole, it would be a minimum of 51 calendar years. That's full January through December, calendar years of service in prison, of serving time in prison before he would have a chance at parole. I don't know how old his mother is, but I'm guessing she's probably at least 20 years his senior. That would be I think that's a fair guess. That would put her at least in her 90s before she would be able to see him released. The odds of her being alive when he's released, if he gets parole, are very, very slim.
Oh wait, counsel first, please.
I don't think the state's going to cross-examine. This woman is broken. It's possible you could get up there and say, do you think it's fair that you're asking for your son for a second chance when they don't get a second chance with their daughter? I mean, that would be a fair question to ask, but I don't think they'll do anything. A lot of approaching back and forth. Don't know what's going on here. They're trying to sort out some details. For people that think that their actions only affect them, this is a clear indication of just how widespread a thoughtless action, or a thoughtful action in this case, depending on how you view it, can affect people that had no choice in the matter. You've got two families who are heartbroken here because of the act of one person, and yeah. As painful as it is to see his mom, she doesn't want water. She doesn't want water. She wants her son back, and she's not getting that. As painful as it is to see her in this emotional state, I think the closest you can put this to would be comparing it to grieving before someone's passed away.
Thank you so much. If I could just have you raise your right hand and we'll finish this out. You solemnly swear or affirm that you have interpreted accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment in accordance with the standards prescribed by law, the rules of ethics, both in foreign language interpreters from Tennessee, that you have followed all official guidelines established by the court for legal interpreting or translating. You discharged all of the solemn duties and obligations of legal interpretation and translation in this case as you when you translated earlier for Mrs. Chen. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you have done that, correct?
Yes, I have done that.
Thank you so much for your availability.
They forgot to put her under oath first, so they did it after the fact. I think that won't be a problem. So now the mom will be done. The interpreter released. She's Did he not turn to look at her as she walked by?
What's going to have to work, I think, is the microphone's going to be very close to the microphone from the phone. The jury can hear the translation in English. Yes. What's Ms. Morrison, what needs to happen is the person on the phone needs to hear her voice, and the jury needs to hear the translation coming through the phone.
Do you want to share this?
Did they swap out translators?
Well, I don't know if it's a licensed interpreter or not. For the record, what happened was there was some concern about whether or not the witnesses' answers being translated Ms. Wee Ralph, who was a translator, is pretty much the #1 Mandarin translator that's used by the administrative office of the courts throughout the state of Tennessee. However, Mr. Chen's mother was very upset, and her words might have come out in a way that did not perhaps communicate what she wanted to, or at least what the defense wanted to. So what we're doing is a workaround where a person is on the phone, that the defense is comfortable translating Mrs. Chen's words to the jury.
Wow.
So Ms. Morrison's holding a phone with the translator that the defense feels comfortable with, and hopefully the jury and the record, the jury will understand what's being said, and the record will reflect that. All right, you may proceed.
They released the translator mid-testimony.
Ms. Chen, what do you want to, the victim's family to know?
You can stand next to Ms. Morrison. That way you're speaking directly into the phone.
Your Honor, can we at least know the relationship between the translator and the family, who this is, or does it matter?
I don't know if it matters or not. The court's done its duty to provide a certified interpreter. I want Mr. Chen to be able to have the defense he wants for the translation that he wants. I believe it's an aunt. An aunt? All right, Mr. Chen. Okay.
Mr. Chen's aunt is translating.
There's a specific dialect that Ms. Chen speaks that this interpreter can also speak.
Okay. Ms. Weiss, you can speak clearly into the phone. Make sure the phone is held to the microphone so the jurors can hear the English response.
Is your name Jenny Chen?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Chen, are you related to Shufeng?
Yes.
Can the jurors hear that okay? Raise your hand if it gets. Can you hear? No. Good.
Jenny Chen, can you please ask Shufeng Chen what, if anything, she wants the victim's family to know?
OK， 我研究的是对我的癌症哦，你先讲电脑，你先讲电脑。
我那时候要叫黑生话我到开始會，我叫電腦電腦會佢哋介紹我啦，電腦電腦啊，所以時間可以電腦電腦啦。
Okay. Jason's mom. Jason's mom say, she know, he make a big mistake, and he recognized that. His mother think he's still young. He hope Julia can get more attention. If not, with a parole.
Internet we chatting now. Cada country I know to me. I chatted see you. I'm only guy. You can say no. What? So I did get now again. I see you when I chatted see you.
He said he's still young, and his mom wants you guys can give him a chance, keep him alive with a parole because he's only 24 years old.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. No further questions.
Does the state have any questions?
No questions from the state. I think what happened was the defense, in talking with the translator with his mom, had worked out that she would give a specific message, and that did not come across.
we can revert back to, I think typically the state would go first.
Oh, sure.
To take that forward.
Sure, Judge. Your Honor, there are 2 individuals close with Jasmine that would like to make a statement today. The first that will be called to the witness stand is Gabrielle Pace.
It's not going to get any easier here.
Can you state your name for the court reporter?
Gabrielle Pace.
And you go by Gabby?
Yes.
Gabby, how are you related to Jasmine?
I'm her older sister.
And did you prepare a statement today to read for the jury?
Yes.
Are you ready to do that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Hello, my name is Gabrielle Pace. I'm the older sister of Jasmine Pace. Jazzy and our 2 brothers, and I shared the same father but different mothers. They were raised by Katrina Bean and Scott Bean. I was raised by Stephen and Tammy. Biologically, Jasmine had 3 brothers and 1 sister, but if you were to ask Jasmine, she had many more than that, and she loved to be into the earth. Jazzy experienced hurt and pain at such a young age. We lost our brother Austin in 2014 from a tragic ATV accident. Jazzy was one of the first ones on scene and held our brother in her arms while waiting for ambulance to arrive. She is the one who called me and told me that I needed to come and say my goodbyes to my brother. We held his hand together as he took his last breath. And then July of 2020, we lost our cousin Derek to COVID. June of 2021, we lost our cousin Jayla to another tragic accident. And then November 22nd, 2022, her grandmother, who helped raise her and was her best friend, passed away from her long battle with cancer. Through all of the trauma that Jazzy had endured, she still had the most beautiful aura and soul. She never gave up on people, and she never gave up on herself. No matter how hard or how busy, she always made time for family and friends because it was the most important thing to her. She had every reason to be bitter and cold-hearted, but instead chose to be warm and full of love. She wanted nothing more than to have children of her own and always talk about what kind of mother she would be. While she may not have birthed her babies, she had 4 of her children, Gucci, Miko, Athena, and baby girl, who were her absolute world. Jasmine was the greatest mom to her babies. And God knew that whatever title Jazzy had, that she would excel and become even better than she could ever imagine, and I'm extremely blessed to have had her as my sister. Jasmine was so much more than just a daughter, an aunt, a sister, a niece, a granddaughter, a godmother, and a cousin. She was a best friend, a listening ear, a shoulder to cry on, a jokester, and so much more. This girl had a panda tattoo for the simple fact that it makes her smile, and a bunch of us have a panda tattoo. She had probably one of the worst candy addictions I've ever seen, who thinks to dedicate not 1 but 2 dresser drawers to only candy. My youngest daughter could always count on her Jaw to have the best candy ever. Jasmine touched the lives of everyone from here all the way to Canada. If her life goal was to touch as many hearts as she could, then she succeeded. This is the life that was forcibly taken from us. I'll never forget standing at my sister's casket and seeing how much wax they had to put on her face and how much mascara was smudged all underneath her eyes and how her hair was stiff from the wax. I held my sister's hand one last time, not even knowing that it was the hand that he stabbed through. I fixed her hair and her necklace, again not knowing that she had wounds there. I'll never forget the overbearing heartache I felt when I found out what he had done to my sister. the overwhelming anger and disgust I felt that someone could do this and not have any remorse for what they had done. How I had to comfort her best friends as they said goodbye to one of the most important people in their entire world. We weren't able to have an open casket because her body was so far decomposed, and Jasmine would never want to be remembered that way. So many family members weren't able to say their goodbyes that day, and it will forever haunt us. I will never understand why, but it's not fair. The hole that is left in our hearts will never be filled or repaired. For 2 years, we have relived this moment over and over on how her last minutes of life she was terrified and alone. The thought of, was there something more I could have done, constantly runs through my head. I love my sister dearly, and I demand that she gets justice that she is deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.
Any questions? We're sorry for your loss.
Your Honor, the state would next call Jacqueline White to represent the family.
There's 60 stones.
All right, Ms. White, are you ready?
Yes.
Will you state your name for the record?
Jacqueline White.
Can you describe for the jury your relationship with Jasmine Pace?
She was my little cousin.
Okay, are you ready to read your statement?
I will try.
All right, thank you.
60 stones are in this jar, one to represent every stab wound found on my beautiful, innocent 22-year-old cousin. For 2 years and 2 months, I have thought at this very moment, the moment I would have the chance to confront the subhuman villain sitting among us. His mere presence defiles this very court, and I am so sorry for everyone here that has had the unfortunate fate of having to cross paths with him. Thank you to everyone that dedicated hours, time away from their families, blood, sweat, tears, and trauma to ensure that whatever justice could be given to my family would be had. My thirst for vengeance and the rage inside of me is a two-edged sword. It serves no one but me selfishly, and it only gives this predatory sociopath the attention that he so desperately craves. Even worse, it makes us all lose sight of the most important thing and why we are all here, Jazzy. Her legacy, her memory. I refuse to allow this creature to erase that. I won't let you steal that the way you stole her life. Nothing I say here today will ever make any of you feel the impact of this loss on my family. If it hasn't happened to you, it isn't a pain you are even capable of fathoming. The closest you could probably get is to close your eyes, remember those photos that will forever be engraved in all of our minds, and replace her face with the face of somebody that you love. Your daughter, your sister, wife, somebody that mattered to you. Thank God every day that this wasn't them. Hug them a little bit tighter. But open your heart to hear about who she was and why this loss is so vast. Jasmine was warm. She was kind, thoughtful, loving, generous, sassy. She was beautiful on the inside as well as the outside.
She was fiercely protective over her family. She would literally come running if you needed her. She was 22 but still had a childlike innocence about her. She had a tattoo on her wrist that many of us do now, a sleepy panda. It is one of the silly things that we laugh at because Katrina asked her, "Why would you get that? It's so pointless." And Jasmine's answer was, "Because every time I look down, it makes me smile. Every time I look down at mine, I now have to fight the intrusive thoughts that plague my mind. I have to force myself to remember her beautiful words and not her tiny wrist with handcuffs rusting over that tattoo." She wanted kids and often talked about the kind of mom she wanted to be. I can still picture how she greeted you. She would smile, dimples intact, outstretch her arms to hug you, and not because of etiquette or decorum. It wasn't the fake one-armed, "I'm going to pat you on the back because I'm supposed to." It was genuine. She meant it. The cliche, "she lit up a room," is fitting for her. I often think of the last time that I hugged her. She was crying, she was hurting, and she still thought of everyone around her and their well-being. What a lot of you don't know is hours before Jasmine was murdered, we were all together saying goodbye to our beloved Granny. It was not expected. She woke up not feeling well that day. She went to the emergency room and was dead by that evening. We used to have a joke about who Granny's favorite was. Jazzy always had the trump card because Granny named her restaurant after her. To say we were all close is an understatement. She was the glue that held us all together. It was a devastating loss. I remember getting the call that afternoon to come say my goodbyes. I was at work, which that day had me deep in Tryon, Georgia. I remember my route to the hospital was around an hour. I prayed that entire drive. I knew everyone I loved would be in immense pain, but I had no idea that that was the tip of the iceberg for my family. Our loss and our grief. I arrived last. Everyone was surrounding her bed. We stayed for hours waiting on the inevitable. She was no longer coherent, so we made small talk and tried to make each other laugh. I remember Jasmine commenting on my cup. I had a Starbucks cup with a flower topper. I told her I really wanted the mushroom one, but they were sold out. It was only after she went missing that my mother told me that that day at the hospital, she went online and ordered me that cup. I remember them moving her room. I left to get food with my brother. When we arrived back, I saw Jasmine crying outside alone. We went to comfort her. She dried it up immediately and brought up Thanksgiving. Remarkably, even through her own pain, she was so focused on everyone else, doing something kind like ordering a cup for me, or taking burdens off of our mothers during a painful time. Jazzy pointed out that our moms would not want to get together or cook for Thanksgiving. She said we have to make them. She offered to bring whatever we needed and suggested we handle the details. She insisted that we keep that tradition because it's what Granny would have wanted. We made plans and God laughs though, because Jasmine would never be at another Thanksgiving. I texted her at 8:49 the morning after we lost Granny. I asked her if she was okay. He responded, "I just need some time alone after everything that happened." I have so many questions that torture my mind. One of them is, what were you doing for the hour and 12 minutes before you pretended to be the girl you murdered and responded to her family concern for her? It goes quiet after you changed her passwords, her bank, her socials. Were you cleaning? Were you sleeping? Where was her body for all that time? The suitcase? The floor next to your bed? The emotional exchange that neighbor claimed to have heard prior to you chasing her and her sending her mother an SOS pin? Was that her begging for her life? What were her last words? How are you such a coward that you have to bind a 98-pound innocent female, giving her no chance of even fighting back? That question, interestingly enough, brings me some comfort, knowing how weak, impotent, and scared you are. I know your new counterparts in prison will get a sick enjoyment out of being able to overpower you the same way that you did to her.
The same way that you relished in her fear, torturing her, her pain, someone will have those feelings at your expense. I find peace knowing that you will never again in your life have warm, loving human contact, though you will have plenty of physical contact, I'm sure of that. If I were cold, I would be sure to tell you that while you were trying your best to look down and not get excited by the photos of my dead cousin, your mother was hyperventilating alone in a corner outside. If I were spiteful, I would remind you that your last victim, Jason, is your own family. You didn't just take Jasmine, you took your family's hopes, dreams, privacy. You took their son. You replaced it with shame. You cost them thousands and thousands of dollars that could have been spent on their other children, the ones that aren't rotten to the core. I pray for your mother. If my son were capable of doing what you have, I would constantly look for the signs I missed and the ways that I failed, although this is not her fault. But I am not here to talk about you. I am supposed to speak on how your wicked, demonic choices affected us. The roller coaster of losing your grandmother and then searching for your cousin only to find she was taken in the most horrific manner is more than anyone can bear. We have had to wait years for justice because you are such a coward that you refuse to take responsibility. It just solidifies what you are, not that any of us had a single doubt. Being forced to sit in a room with a sadistic animal that murdered someone dear to you is something I would only wish on my worst enemy, you. I look at my family, my circle, my people. I don't recognize any of us. It is a harrowing place to be when someone you love and have admired your entire life is screaming, why would God do this? What did she ever do to deserve the life she had or to be murdered by someone she trusted? The silence that filled that room because none of us had anything to offer haunted me. For weeks I had to find something to say for comfort, even if my heart didn't yet believe it. I had to tell a mother that God was nowhere when her child was taken, that the enemy has come to steal, kill, and destroy, and he used this parasite as a vessel to serve that agenda. I choose to believe that my granny was taken on that day so that we all got to hug Jasmine and have our last words to one another be, I love you. I know when she made it to heaven, not only was her brother there to greet her, so was Granny. Jasmine was only 22, but she had a lot of pain in her young life. Her biological father abandoned and rejected her. He broke her heart long before any man ever could. Her 14-year-old brother passed away when she was 16. He had an ATV accident that she sadly had to help pull off of him before watching him die. She lost her grandmother and then her life at the hands of someone she went to for comfort. She overcame so much, and she still chose every single day to have a trusting heart and a kind soul. Jasmine was a fitting name for her. The flower that blooms in adversity is the most rare and beautiful of all. There are no words that I could say about her to make any of you grasp that if you didn't know her, but I would like to read some of her own from her journal. I pray that her words help you to understand that she was remarkable, truly. The void of her loss will never be filled. Every smile, every memory we make, every accomplishment, holiday, birth, the big moments for our family will always have an undercut of sadness because she isn't here. We have a life sentence of pain due to Jason Chen's actions. We will never wake up and have a chance to put this behind us. It will be with us every single day until we leave this earth. It is embedded in our DNA. He should have the same life sentence we bear. He should never be allowed to leave prison and start his life over or put this behind him. There has never been one shred of regret, humanity, or normalcy shown from this empty-eyed beast. He is beyond saving. (10/28/2014). This is her journal. My daddy is taking me shopping tomorrow. I'm so glad I have you, even though you are not my biological father. You have been my dad since I was 5 years old. You have been through thick and thin with me and my family. I appreciate you more than you could ever know. I can never pay you back, and I will always love you so much for everything you have given me, including my handsome baby brother, Ayden. You have made my mom so happy, and I love you. 12/19/2019. Austin, her brother. Do you miss me like I miss you? I doubt it. I know heaven would never allow that kind of pain behind its gates. I wonder what you think when you see me. Do you smile looking down on me? Or do you shake your head? I hope I make you proud. The sky has been so much prettier since you made it up, and I hope the angels know what they have. Granny, I want you here with me more than anything, but I understand if this fight is too hard on you and you yearn to rest. I love you enough to let you go, and I want you to know that it's okay. Thank you.
Questions?
We have 1 minute.
Defense could have objected during that, and it would have been sustained.
Family member that would like to make a statement is Travis Pace.
Travis, the dad, the surprise witness called by the defense, is now going to take the stand again.
Mr. Pace, the jury is familiar with you, but can you state your name for the record?
Travis Pace.
And you are Jasmine's biological father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you prepare a statement for the jury today?
I did.
Are you ready to read that? Okay.
This was the one that they said her father abandoned, biological father abandoned her. So there's obviously some tension in the family.
For me, the impact of Jasmine really started when she was born. It's a funny story that the doctor that we had at the time and the ultrasounds that we had at the time, he said, I don't do this very often, but I would bet the farm it's a boy. And we began thinking about what boy names we were going to give eventually Jasmine. And we're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant, and we're going through who we think she's going to become. How she got the name Jasmine Nicole Pace. Most likely with her parents, she was probably going to turn out dark-skinned, long dark hair, and gorgeous. She was. So we thought Aladdin's Princess Jasmine would kind of be who she looked like when she would be born. She kind of did. But we thought about if she becomes powerful and professional and strong, maybe Jasmine's not good for a corporate boardroom meeting or an attorney's office or something. She needs an alternate name that might actually represent, if she chose to be called by Nicole. Wow. Maybe it sits well in a boardroom or something. And so we were thinking about how beautiful she would be, but how powerful she would be. And when she was born, she walked early. She crawled early. She spoke early. Before she was 1 year old, she was already reading and writing and speaking in English, Spanish, and German. We created a saying as Shella's father. I could imagine how gorgeous she was going to turn out and how her looks could probably get her certain advantages. And we made up this slogan, what makes us the most beautiful? And her reply, which was rehearsed, our heart, Daddy. You're going to be beautiful with hair and all your features, but what makes us most beautiful? Our heart. And as she grew up to become a person, it was her heart that ended up being the most beautiful. We immediately saw how clever she was, how intelligent she was. We went to a fair and we would eat the cotton candy. And at that time, you put a balloon with a little ribbon and they can move their arm and the balloon moves and they punch it or do different things. Because it was after dark, we weren't going to give her candy for sleeping reasons and stuff like that. And she threw a fit over this candy, which seems to be consistent throughout the rest of her life. So we had a plastic bag with a handle that had the cotton candy bag in it. And she was so short and small, she couldn't pull the bag off the handle. But her genius showed up. She opened the bag off the door, put the balloon under the baggie, and let the balloon rise over the bag and yanked the balloon and the bag of candy off. Nobody teaching her how to do that. Her instincts were that good at 2 years old. At 3, she had her brother Travis, nicknamed Austin. And he had his first birthday and his birthday cake. And there's this gorgeous picture of her standing right beside him as if she's going to eat his face to try to get to the cake. But she ended up feeding it to him instead. And the ingredients for it were on the opposite side of the kitchen. And she took her high chair and slid it 30 feet across the room, turned the high chair backwards, crawled through the legs, flipped over to the top of it, opened the cabinets, climbed up to the third cabinet where she was dangling and reaching for candy that she couldn't see. Fierce, determined, successful. From the beginning, we gave her chores. She would have a little pop, pop, pop broom that you just run it across the carpet and it pop, 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 pop. So when we would vacuum, she would vacuum. When we would load dishes, she would want to play dishes. When we would do the trash, she would want to do the trash. And this moment came, why are we letting her pretend to do fake trash, fake dishes? Jasmine, would you like to put this cup right here in the dishwasher? This plate right here in this one section? She was learning blocks and triangles and circles and squares. She knew geometry, so she could start literally loading the dishwasher. And her little broom was just enough where she could dump off pieces of trash into the garbage can. And she didn't pretend to play house. She was actively a part of the family that was sweeping and cleaning and loading the dishwasher and feeding her brother. It was a privilege. To watch her grow up, what her potential was going to be. It's been said I was military and deployed a lot. I was gone a lot. Every year, from Thanksgiving through New Year's, would take the 30 days of vacation and be here in Chattanooga and get her and the family and our friends and our families grew up together. We married at the same time, had kids at the same time, and our kids grew up. You go through high school. She went to Canada to be with an extended part of her family in Canada, and we had to do a lot more phone conversations, obviously, from Canada. And in high school, her focus was to be a business major, to get her master's, her MBA. The college that she was looking into was Chicago Business School. We were talking about what it would take to get the GPA right, to get the volunteer, to get the accolades, to get a scholarship, or to get a ride, to figure that out. That was some of her thoughts that she was thinking while she was in high school, while being an amazing sister. She was the type of sister that she always had extra. She saved, she saved, and she saved. And you would think that she saved to keep it. She really did save it to hand it to all of her cousins, to all of her brothers and sisters. They would all go to her, can I borrow this, can I borrow that, can I have this, can I have that? And she had a drawer of anything that you wanted to have. Money, clothes, candy. She saved everything and had it available for everybody. And they came to her for that. She would have been 16 years old. Yeah, she definitely was. She was 16 years old. And she had a 14-year-old brother, her younger brother, same one. And the type of person that Jasmine was, she heard about the wreck on a four-wheeler and that her brother was hurt. And she was the first on the scene. She laid in a grass field holding her 14-year-old brother. And stayed with him through all the surgeries. She didn't make it. But she was the one in the room holding the hand. The amount of courage and bravery that it takes to lay in the field with your brother, remarkable. As she got closer to graduation, her family has a very successful company, and it was an easy option for her to be a part of that company. And you could see at 18 years old, 19, 20, 21, 22, she's on the phone with contractors and renting equipment and staging operations and moving pieces around for her family business that it's possible she would have inherited and continued to run. It's been said that it's so vital how much she talked about and thought about what mother she would be, and the children and the grandchildren. And it's not like Jasmine was the only person we lost. We lost our children. We lost our grandchildren. The entire family tree has been cut down. It will not just affect us for 50 years. For the next thousands of generations, we will no longer have that piece of our family. We will no longer see a successful businesswoman run her company, her family's company. We will no longer see the glue of a sister and a cousin be the provider for everybody around her. We're supposed to talk about impact statements. As a father, or even as any parent or loved one, we kind of think about what could you imagine is the worst case scenario ever. Maybe one of those would be that a 5-foot girl that weighs less than 100 pounds would literally have one hand taken out of the fight and to be so methodically restrained that her weak side and her weak hand would be used. With the breaking of the shackle and with seeing multiple strikes to the hand, she endured multiple attempts to fight with everything that a 5-foot, 100-pound girl could do. Till her lung was punctured, she ran out of breath, till a gallon of blood was spilled, and she ran out of blood. She is the epitome of fighting with everything within you. Cody is right. This is not going to be a trial where we're going to talk about a certain name. And it's not only a trial that we're honoring Jasmine Nicole Pace. This has now become a statement. Justice for Jazzy still lives on. Her death, her sacrifice continues through that phrase, through the idea of what it means to so many people for different reasons. And why her candle, her light was definitely taken. It didn't end there, and it has now spread through the hearts and minds of so many people that are affected by what happened to her. There is both negative impact and also good impact. I don't know what it's going to be like for other people to move forward. But at random, like Jackie perfectly pointed out, at random, we try to relive what those 3 to 5 minutes must have been like. Where were they standing? What actually got said? What was the first clue? At what point does she grab a phone and drop a pen? At what point is she restrained? At what point is she helpless? At what point is she hopeless? Which could be at work. Absolutely have nothing to do with this moment. And then in the midst of work, that's your very next thought. We sit at a family function, and her dimples, and her smile, and her laugh, which was contagious, is absence in the room. And it's a vacuum. You really know the absence is gone. If we're supposed to talk about the impact this has had with the attempt to paint her character, who she was, and what we've lost, so that you would consider sentencing if 50 years seems reasonable. To take her future family, kids, grandkids, great-grandkids, to take her away from the family business, to take her away from the brothers and the sisters and the aunts and the uncles and the cousins. Couldn't possibly be enough.
Thank you, Mr. Pace. Your Honor, that's the state's case.
Any additional proof by the defendant?
May we have a short recess?
Yes, sir. So take a 15-minute recess. We'll be back in.
As we take a brief break before the jury goes out and makes their decision on their choice. Basically, the jury gets to choose here if there's an aggravating factor. The options are life with parole, which means at least 51 years. He said 50, but I heard it was 51. Or life without parole, which is that he would die in prison. That's where they're deciding. Clearly, there's a family that's going to walk out of this courtroom, regardless of what their decision is, devastated by the news. Both families are going to walk out of this courtroom devastated, but the jury can't make them both happy here. They have to make a decision. So I think the break is because it's been so emotional. The defense would probably love to have a little separation between a lot of the emotional testimony they just heard and the time that the jury makes the decision. The longer they can gap that out and get everyone's tears stopped and heart rate back to normal and emotions under control, the better for them, or so they think. But I think we're done. The state has done their proof. The defense gave their proof. I think we're done. That was the state's case. They said they were done with impact statements. I don't know if there's going to be more testimony about the brutality. The way the Tennessee does this is a little different than what I've seen before. So we'll learn as we go. Usually there are closing arguments to be made by both sides. Donna, on Mr. Chen's side, on Jason's side, his mom did talk. Jasmine's dad, biological father, talked. There's death penalty in Tennessee. Was it taken off the table? Yes, it was. Yeah, Andrea, this is hard. This is the hardest point of any trial, and I'm never ready for it. You always think, oh, it's going to be sentencing, and then this comes along and it just hits you right between the eyes. I can do that. Sorry, I didn't know it was there. Just 1 second. You remove live reactions. I don't have live reactions turned on. Are you talking about on your stream, Katia? Go into edit the settings in your YouTube studio, click on customization, and scroll down to reactions. Deselect live reactions. That'll get rid of the heart. Talk about the snow in the south. Apparently it's coming. I don't think I have any here yet. Let's see where it's. Brian Enton just tweeted out it's snowing in Florida. It is a wild day when it comes to weather. Let's see. We won't get any snow until 10 o'clock tonight here in Greenville. So we've got a while. It's weird that it snows in Florida before it snows in North Carolina. It is a heavy morning. Red Pen, your courthouse looks just great. You know that? If I haven't said that before, that color goes well on you. It's cold everywhere. Even states that normally have warmth, unless you're in just the corner of California or the, down south in Florida, it's pretty much cold in the United States. I don't know where Hawaii is. Hawaii might have just great weather right now. Hawaii needs to check in and brag just a little bit. But the weather's crazy. What trial we watch next? A good chance we're going to do catch up on the Cochran trial out of West Virginia. But where we are today, we're probably just going to do one stream today and then take a late lunch, or as soon as this is done, I'd take a lunch. And I'm going to prep for an interview for a collaboration that's coming up. We're taping the interview today, so it's going to be fun. Thing about Hawaii is that whatever happens, you're in Hawaii. It's hard to complain when you're on a beautiful, beautiful island with amazing beaches and fantastic water. No, Dateline did not call me. That's funny. If they did, I thought it was a spam call and he didn't answer. Actually, I don't know. Because I'm the guest, I don't reveal anything about the collaboration. I let the host handle that the way they want to do it and schedule it according to however they want to do it. So if they choose to publicize it, that that's up to how they do things. Fire up the desk. Yes, I forgot the lights. There we go. Traffic is horrible in Hawaii, though. Hawaii is a volcano. It is, but it has beautiful beaches still. Man. Oh, that was heavy. And I ran out of tissues. I've had to use my roll of Bounty Picker-Upper towels. You have a great voice for news, anchor or better, yet your own televised news program. It's funny because I went to school for that. I took news classes where I was on the news production team. I was actually the chief technical officer for our school's news channel. So I was installing and setting up and configuring and teaching people how to use all sorts of fun equipment, audio, video. And I did my best, even though it was required in the class to be on air, I did my best to never be on air because I didn't like being on camera. So I graduated without ever being the anchor on the news show, which was a requirement to pass the class, but I figured out a way to do it without doing that. Now here I am. Who was Ohio State playing? Is that who Ivan wanted? Did Ivan want the other guy? I think he had a huge bet on one of the teams. Was it Notre Dame? Ivan was for Ohio State. So he cashed in on his bet. He's a happy man. Between Bitcoin skyrocketing and that winning, I think he's happy. It was a great game. I knew I loved Ivan since the 80s. It's cold up there in his neck of the woods. He's got it was a blowout. Those aren't very fun to watch, though. There should be like a mercy rule, like in I don't know, when we were in elementary school and one team is up by 20, you're just like, we're just going to call the game even though it's only the second inning, if it was baseball or something. Because there's just, at that point, there's just one person on the team that's collapsing, and it could be the pitcher, the catcher, all sorts of things. I guess I'm using baseball as an example when clearly we're talking about football. But all right. It was not a blowout. It was a one-score game late. The football portal has ruined things. Is that does that have to do with the fact that college students now can have like sponsors and things? Go look at the map. Let me pull up the map on this computer. Just one second. Boom, boom. very small text I have to click on. Turn this off. Go to the map here. Go full screen. And where'd it go? It just closed down. Let's try it again. Open link in new tab. There we go. Viewers, full screen. All right, here we go. You're on camera 5. Here's our map, our viewer map. Thanks to everyone who's pinned it. The map has been viewed 11,221 times, and we have people in almost everything but the Northern Territories. Look at this, way up in Canada. Who's this? Deb, way up in Canada. Saskatchewan, Farah, Jade, Curious Senior, Geos Girl. Lots of representation in Canada. We're loving that. Every state in the United States, including Hawaii and Alaska, are on the map. As you can see, we've got pretty good distribution. Not much from Las Vegas, from Nevada. I have to say Nevada's not really delivering. Montana is also a little sparse, considering they're the Big Sky, one of the larger states by area. But East Coast is represented, as is the West Coast. Appreciate that. Mexico's on the map. Costa Rica, look at that. Hey, it's Sam. Caraco. Trinidad and Tobago. Newfoundland. Nova Scotia. Halifax. New Brunswick. Iceland. Hello, Sky. Welcome. I think we've got a couple up there, actually, but Sky's the only one on there. Europe is represented, but England definitely has got the better showing of everything. Do see a few from Norway. Love that. Got a lot of Norwegian support. Some Sweden, Finland, Germany, and Netherlands. Thank you very much. France, just one. Just Ulala Pat from France. Welcome. Portugal, Bulgaria, Greece. Oh, United Arab Emirates. We've got 2 now, both in Abu Dhabi and in Dubai. That's wonderful. Georgia's on the map. Big blank area here. Apparently China's not a big fan. Do have South Korea. Katie P. Katie, thank you very much. And Australia is really starting to pop off here. This is wonderful. Look at that all around, all the big cities, as well as a few others. Adelaide, my son was there for a while. Perth, love that. Melbourne. New Zealand, checking in as well. It's beautiful. The map looks absolutely beautiful. Thank you, all of you. It's wonderful to have you check in and be able to share where you're at like that. One second, let's get the chat back. Just 1 second. All right. Now you can plan your visits on the next road trip. I can do that. Did you ever say how many buttons were on your equipment? No, we were going to do a contest if I can figure out how to do it. I think the way it'll be is we will allow each person to make one guess. And we haven't started yet, so don't make your guesses yet. You'll just be giving away hints to other people. But if each person makes one guess, and the first person to get the closest, does that make sense? The first person to get it? Either the first person to get it or the first person with the closest guess. I don't know how to do that. We'd have to timestamp the entries. Amber, help me with this. Josh says, I've viewed the map 10,500 times. Don't know how to put my pin on the map. There, we'll post a link here, Mel, in just a second. Our mods are great at posting this. The link has 2 URLs in it. The first URL is the one, if you look right here, the first one, this top one, that's the one you fill out and you put your name. So you would put Mel in there. And the second, and the Mel in the first line, the second line would be like city and state or city and country or county and country, whatever you want to put down. Don't put your full address. We don't want your full address. The second link is how to view everything. So the 2 links. And if you just posted your location, like Melissa Andish just did, thank you, Melissa, then, here's Amber to explain it. Give Amber a minute because it takes a while. Amber, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Feeling great. I was just volunteering you for the button contest, and I need to figure out how I'm going to do that.
Yeah. That's why I was calling. I kind of figured that was going to be my job anyway.
These things fall to you. Every mod has like their strong points, and when it comes to mass submissions and tracking everything, this is yours.
For some reason, don't ask me why.
You drew the short straw, I think.
I tend to do that a lot. But yeah, I can set up a Google form just like I did with the Maya objection counter, where everybody only gets one submission. And of course, if there are typos and stuff like in the Maya trial, I can see those.
Yeah. So they would get one submission. They would get one guess. They would, it would have to be time-stamped so we could sort by who was first. So we would sort by who made the guess first. Or I guess we sort by who has the right number and who put it first. Does that make sense? Is that easy?
Because when I export all of the responses,
I don't know if it's easy. Well, obviously.
What's funny, y'all, is he has access to see all of it. He just doesn't know how to see it.
It's not AV equipment. Okay, I'm not. Do you know there was like in Las Vegas there was a competition, like a professional competition, like gamers go, everyone huddles around the computer and watches teams compete. They were competing on Excel. They literally were trying to complete puzzles in Excel.
Yep. This
is like what I see you doing, and I'm not that person. I'm not that person at all.
Well, you're not wrong. I am NOS certified, so I hope I know how to operate.
Okay, so tell me what you need to set it up. I know what I need to do is I need to count all the buttons. I need to start counting all the buttons, and then we'll.
I can have it drop in about, I would say 10 seconds, but it would take me a little bit longer than that. But as soon as you say create the form, I can create the form.
Create the form. And here's what we're going to do. We're still listening for audio from Chen. If anything happens, we're going to jump right back to it. So nothing, you're not missing anything right now. Okay. I'm going to count all the buttons, and I'm not going to tell anybody until we say, I might tell you. Because as soon as someone guesses it, the contest would be over, right?
Right.
Okay.
The only thing I need to know is if we're going to put a end date on this for have your guesses in by this time, and is it guess it right on the nose?
I think so.
Closest to it without going over?
Do we make a custom prize for the winner? Like a custom hoodie?
I don't know. This is your world. I'm just here.
Looking at that map, I realize there's a possibility the winner could be pretty much anywhere on the globe except for Antarctica and Russia.
Correct.
I happen to know shipping is not cheap. Shipping even something very small to Europe can cost close to $100. I did that. I found out. And then Customs still stole half of it and didn't give them everything. But I want to open it up to everybody. So we need a prize that is big enough. It cannot be pins. Apparently, hat pins are not allowed to be shipped to some countries. We need a prize that can be shipped to all countries And I have to say up front, if for some reason we find out that your country doesn't allow cotton to be shipped or cotton products and the shirts, I can't do anything about that, right? I can offer I'm not sure if we can even call this a contest because there's all sorts of like legal that comes in. I think I'm going to gift a prize to the person who guesses the closest. Does that work? Just out of the goodness of my heart.
Works for me.
Okay, that's how it goes. We could do a gift card. Maybe we could do this. We could find out who won and give them an option of a gift card or a gift. Are family members eligible? Your family members are. Mine are not.
Red Pen said she wanted a disinterested third party to count the buttons.
And I tell you, if any of you reach out to any of my family saying, "Can you do that?" You are also not eligible. We are in a break right now, Victoria Eagle. We're just in a break waiting for the court to come back. Just had very emotional, victim impact statements that came in during the portion that's supposed to be the aggravated, whether or not there was aggravation involved or an aggravating factor involved. It seems a little strange, so I'm a little confused what Tennessee is doing, but we'll see here shortly when they come back. The jury is still not released. They still have a decision to make.
So I have a question. Are you going to say, because the other day you said that there are this many buttons on this device alone.
Yeah.
So are we going to say at least start above this number or no?
Yeah. If you guess less than 211, you would not have counted this machine. Because this one is 211.
I just saw the 227.
So, I do have two of these, plus this one. Let's see, this one has 6 times 4, that's 24, plus 8, that's 32, 38.
Stop counting the buttons.
40, 46, 50, 55.
26, 85, 23.
Yeah, this one has 59.
74.
Winner gets one bit of a coin. Is that what you're saying, Wagger? I think what happens is I think it would be I like the idea of me giving either a gift card or a prize if they'd rather have a prize. Okay, we're back. Amber, we need to go.
Okay, goodbye.
One more witness. I expect it to be extremely brief, and then my closing should be short.
One more witness for defense.
In the courtroom, you can bring the jury member.
The buttons that count in this are basically everything I use on my channel. Now, I'm not going to count the live view that's down in Florida that Trial TV Live is using, like for the Sarah Boone trial. The other one we're going to start here in a couple weeks. Not counting that. I'm not counting just what's pretty much here on my desk and connected and used. Jury's in, counsel approach. This has been the routine. One thing I don't like about this trial is the counsel approach every time the jury comes in. He's handing out, I believe, his instructions to the jury that he'll give them once this is all done, just to make sure they're okay with that. They should be pretty simple. They should be pretty short. Somebody said the prize should be equal to a year long of membership. That sounds pretty good.
Defense calls Min Chen.
Is this his dad? Oh, they're bringing out the phone for translation again. This is his dad.
For the regular proceeding, the way that it comes to first with the hand.
Yes, Your Honor. Jenny Chen.
Raise your right hand, please.
You would ask him to raise his right hand.
右手举起来。
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
可以不要你们经历哦，女主答。 Yes. 举手呀。
Mr. Weiss, can you stand to make sure the translator hears your sure?
Are you the father of Jason Chen?
女儿的结婚了吧 Yes.
Is there anything you want to say to the family of Jasmine Chase?
女的 Jasmine family 他们宣告前了我。
What does Rico own? 基本上我想搞起来，非常的抱歉。
We understand your hurt and we are so sorry for your loss.
No further questions?
That's what they wanted to get from
Thank you. Can I step down?
his mom. They asked 3 or 4 times trying to get that, even with 2 different translators. And she either forgot to say it or it was lost somehow.
Any other witnesses for the defense?
So they brought in another one. Sandy, thank you very much for your 10 gifted memberships. It's huge.
Members of the jury, the evidence in the sentencing phase of the trial on count 1 has been completed. It's now my duty to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to the sentencing phase of the trial on count 1 is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all the instructions. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but you should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, first-degree premeditated murder of Jasmine Case, as charged in count 1, presentment 315228, you now have the duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty that shall be imposed as punishment for that offense. In Tennessee, the possible sentences for the offense of first-degree murder include imprisonment for life and imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. In this case, the state is seeking a sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole on count 1. A defendant who receives a sentence of life or imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In deciding the sentence for count 1, you are authorized to weigh and consider any statutory aggravating circumstance that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance that may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase, the sentencing phase, or both. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. In addition, the jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdicts, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts. The court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judge of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, which in this case shall be limited to the following.
There.
The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that involved torture, or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. Heinous means grossly wicked or reprehensible, abominable, odious, and vile. Atrocious means extremely evil, cruel, monstrous, exceptionally bad, abominable. Cruel means disposed to inflict pain or suffering, causing suffering or painful. Torture means the infliction of severe physical or mental pain upon the victim while he or she remains conscious and alive. Members of the jury, the court has read you the statutory aggravating circumstances that the state has alleged in this case. If you unanimously find that the state has proven a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt, the law requires you to consider that statutory aggravating circumstance and decide the appropriate punishment in this case. However, you shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding the appropriate punishment in this case. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and the certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, or physical effects of the victim's death on the members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining an appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant, not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. Introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance that has been alleged. You may consider this victim impact evidence in determining the appropriateness of the sentence only if you first find that the existence of one or more aggravating circumstances has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence independent from the victim impact evidence. Tennessee law also provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence. In this case, mitigating circumstances shall include, but are not limited to, the following. 1, the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity.
That applies.
The youth of the defendant at the time of the crime. 3, any other mitigating fact that is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or the sentencing phase of the trial. This means that you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character and record, and any aspect of the circumstance of the offense that is favorable to the defendant and supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness. He shall place no significance on this fact. In this sentencing phase of the trial on count 1, the burden is on the state to prove one or more statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof and is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of evidence with your fellow jurors. In
In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. Do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence, slowly because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict once to the court. If you do not unanimously find that at least one statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. If you do unanimously find that at least one statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to life imprisonment or to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In choosing between the sentences of life imprisonment and life imprisonment without possibility of parole, you shall weigh and consider any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, or any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. You will indicate the sentence with your unanimous findings or lack of unanimous findings with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstances on the accompanying verdict form. The sentence must be unanimous. The verdict form must be signed by each juror. The verdict form that you will receive reads as follows.
It's almost done.
With respect to the sentence of the defendant, Jason Chen, on count 1, presentment 315-228, we, the jury, please indicate your unanimous findings or lack of unanimous findings with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstances and your unanimous verdict with respect to the sentence. Do not unanimously find the statutory aggravating circumstance beyond reasonable doubt, and do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment. Or do unanimously find the following statutory aggravating circumstance beyond reasonable doubt in that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that could involve torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. And please mark one of the following sentences. Do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment without possibility of parole, or do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence
There's an error there.
Shall be life imprisonment.
So they can find that there is an aggravating factor, but still only sentence him to life with parole.
Stay ready. Remember your question.
I think we still have arguments from the two sides. I wonder if he read that wrong. It seems strange that the jury can say, yes, we find there are aggravating circumstances, or at least one aggravating circumstance, and we are all unanimous on that, but we don't want to sentence him to life without parole. Because their options are, yes, we find it, and yes, sentence him to life without parole. No, we didn't find it, so no, we don't. So he just gets life with parole. Yes, we found it, but no, he doesn't get life without parole. It's a little confusing.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of stipulations that you factor in. What that means is that both sides agree this is something that's present and could be considered for your in your deliberations. One, the defendant is a U.S. citizen. The other is that the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity.
Madigan. Briefly.
Cody.
Y'all's decision. What do you think? Should he have the ability to get out of prison is the question that you now have to ask yourself. We're not going to go back through the proof. You've heard it. You know it very, very well. But I do want to talk to you for a second about life without the possibility of parole. In the legal system, we refer to it as LWOP. We're not the state of Tennessee is not always entitled to seek life without the possibility of parole. You've heard now that there have to be aggravating circumstances present for the state to even ask a jury to find life without the possibility of parole. In this case, it's very simple. Tennessee state law allows life without the possibility of parole if the murder was especially heinous or atrocious or cruel, in that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. And then it goes on to define those terms. I hate that I even have to say this, but if he was going to kill her like he did, he could have done it in other ways. He could have killed her in other ways where we would not be here for this sentencing hearing. If he would have shot her and left her in his apartment, we wouldn't be here for life without the possibility of parole. It doesn't qualify under this aggravating circumstance. If he would have stabbed her once or twice and left her in his apartment, we wouldn't be here. It doesn't qualify under this aggravating circumstance. He chose not to do that. He chose repeatedly the amount of stones that were in that glass vase to stab her and slice her. And then he chose more physical abuse. I think we can all agree that stuffing her in garbage bags in a suitcase is additional physical abuse on top of what was necessary to kill her. The medical examiner said that she could have lived for minutes, that even the wound to the neck would not have instantly killed her. That is heinous and atrocious and beyond what was necessary to kill her. That is cruel. That is vile. The entire case is vile. I feel terrible for Jason's family. It is very sad to see his mom up there on that witness stand. Shame on him. He didn't just do this to Jasmine's family. It is horrible to watch that he did it to his own family. I can't even fathom what they must feel like. But I want you to ask yourself something. Did you see or feel legitimate, genuine remorse for the Pace family? Did you? Does it make it better that he was privileged? That he had parents and a brother that cared about him? That he's been a, quote, good kid? He was a good child? No mental health conditions we've heard about? No issues? He was a student? Does that make it better or does that make it worse? I think that makes it a lot worse. Because there are kids in our communities that have hard lives, that struggle with drugs, with mental health issues, that grew up in bad homes, that had hard life. That's not him. He took everything his family had given him and he squandered it and he ruined the Pace's life. That doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. All we are asking is that he never gets out of prison. Jasmine Pace never got out of that suitcase until she was in a coffin, in which her family members had to testify today that there had to be so much wax on her body. She was unrecognizable. That is heinous and atrocious and cruel. Period. Just like yesterday, we ask that you go back there, talk about it, make the right decision, and make sure he never gets out of prison. Thank you.
Cody's good.
I know that you sat through a long trial, and I know there's things, I think the state's right, you saw things that you won't forget, I won't forget. I want to tell each and every one of you, thank you for your time, your patience, your consideration. But you're tasked with a profound and somber responsibility in this part of the trial. You get to decide whether Jason gets
life with parole or never be released. Both options are severe and a significant punishment. I think it reflects the seriousness of the case, but it's critical that you remember that every tragic crime has equal magnitude under the law. Your duty today is not to ensure punishment. It's to make sure it's also proportionate. I've spoken with many victims' families. They don't care if you're shot or stabbed or strangled or drowned or any of one of those things. Every single murder is especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. General Moyle talked to you about that yesterday. Every murder is emotional.
Making the state's case.
There's always a family that loses someone. General Wamp is right. The Pace and the Bean family lost a very important person. It's tragic. Sad. And I agree, the Chen family have lost a child too. There's two families hurting. It's important to know that the law distinguishes crimes that are inherently tragic with those that rise to the most egregious levels of brutality, deserving permanent condemnation. The question you must ask yourself when you're back in that jury room is whether or not this case reaches that threshold. Does it rise to the level that Jason Chen, a 73-year-old man, be forever denied an opportunity to demonstrate remorse, rehabilitation, and redemption? Jason will face the consequences of his actions. He's been convicted. But the question is, are you willing to grant him the hope of redemption? In 51 years, Jason will be an old man. He won't have the ability to harm society. Life with parole is not a guarantee of release. It's a narrow and difficult path. It requires a demonstration of transformation, accountability, and change. It acknowledges that punishment is necessary, but our society values the possibility of rehabilitation. Our justice system is not only a measure of how we treat the most virtuous and innocent among us, but also a reflection of how we treat the condemned. Dostoevsky once wrote, "The degree of civilization in a society is revealed by entering its prisons." By allowing Jason the possibility of parole, we affirm our society's belief that the most condemned among us can strive to rebuild their humanity. You're not tasked with forgiving Jason Chen or even excusing his actions. You are tasked with ensuring justice, a justice tempered with mercy, not because Jason deserves it, but because it's a reflection of our humanity as a whole. I ask that, and we ask, that you give Jason the opportunity, at a 73-year-old man, to seek this redemption. Let him spend the next 5 decades behind bars, reflecting on the choices that he made when he was 22 years old. And only then, if he can demonstrate true remorse and true rehabilitation, let society consider whether he can return. A life sentence with the possibility of parole is still a life sentence. It's not leniency, it's accountability. And it's paired with the belief that justice must allow room for hope. By sentencing Jason to life in prison with the possibility of parole, you honor the principles of our justice system. You honor justice. You honor humanity. And most importantly, you honor the possibility of redemption.
Wow.
Thank you.
Interesting finish. I don't know if you ever connected with the jury on that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially, complete the verdict form, and report your verdict to the court. You may now retire to the jury room for your deliberations.
All right, we're starting our timer.
I'll stand recess for the jury as a verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're in recess until the jury has a verdict. Give us a minute here to get the timer set up on the screen so you can see it. We're still barely 30 seconds in. Let's see. All right. Give me a minute to get this pulled up. It's got an extra decimal that I need to fix, but we'll get that. It's terrible. Just ignore that little decimal. All right. 10 minutes. I think it's going to be really quick. I think it'll be really quick. So we'll keep the sound on from the courtroom, and if anything happens, you'll hear it immediately. Can we do a poll? Here's what I want to do if we do a poll. Apparently, it's not cut and dry in Tennessee. The jury has multiple options ahead of them. They get to determine two things. The first thing is if there were aggravating circumstances. I mean, it was this especially heinous, brutal, vile, despicable, excessive. If it is, that would be one yes. And then the second question, regardless of what they find in the second question, they have to answer the second question, which is, do we find for life without parole or life with parole? If the question number one is a no, if they are, cannot unanimously agree that there is an extenuating circumstance, then the answer to question number two has to be life with parole. But if the first question, is it heinous, is it brutal, is it aggravated circumstance, if that is a yes, the answer to the second question is not automatically a yes. It can also be a no. The jury can find that yes, there was aggravated circumstance, but no, we do not find for life with parole. That would mean that they must have taken some sort of mitigating circumstance, his age, the fact that he's, what the judge said, a U.S. citizen, that he's never been in trouble with the law before. They may have weighed some of that in the balance and said, because of that, even though there was an aggravated factor, we're going to go with life with parole. So they get to decide two things. And the jury's like, we don't need to leave. We have the answer. Just give us the form here. I can fill it out now. We'll all sign it. Shelby's chick says, I feel horrible for both families. I think defense missed the mark with its mom on the stand. She's obviously in so much pain, but the message she was trying to get across missed the mark. And Shelby's chick, part of the problem is the language barrier. We don't know if the translator understood or if the translation was perfectly accurate and conveyed the nuances of the question, or if the witness understood the translator, or if going back the other way, if there were any problems. And there's so many places where that message can get garbled a little bit. It's clear, we can see that defense was expecting from his mom to get one thing, and that was to see that she is devastated. They wanted that conveyed, and they wanted her to convey a message of apology to the Pace family. And she did one of those two. They tried over and over. They even got a new translator, thinking that we're trying to get this. Because they had practiced. I tell you, they have practiced this. That she has been prepped as a witness of what questions they would ask and what she would say, and they tried and tried to ask her that question, even asking it back to back, and she didn't mention anything about being sorry. Now, it could be that she was just devastated, and that, this is I don't fault her at all for that. This is much more than any mom should have to deal with. But they were trying to get that answer out, and they had to, after the fact, call the dad and asked him one question, and that was that we are sorry to the Pace family. So the father got it out without any emotion, but the father, I can tell you, the father was not going to be testifying. We heard nothing about the dad testifying until this afternoon. That was a surprise. I think it was lost in translation. I know a lot of people are saying, why don't they speak English? I believe they immigrated to the U.S. I think the parents were not born here, but oh my goodness, I do not fault them at all. I have a hard time learning English. As you guys know, I can't pronounce words correctly. The rules of the English language are basically that every rule has an exception. It is terrible. It's terrible to learn. I don't fault people for not being able to learn English or not choosing to learn English. I love that I can go downtown and go to a restaurant and experience another culture that somebody has brought entirely from their own country, and I can enjoy the atmosphere and the food and live a little bit in that country without having to learn their language. So I'm grateful for that. I don't fault them for not learning English at all. Both families run a restaurant. The Pace family ran a Italian restaurant, and I believe the Chen family ran a Chinese restaurant. So they had that in common. Let me pin this. We are in the sentencing phase deliberations. Thank you, Josh, for that. 7 minutes into deliberation right now. We do have audio turned on from the courtroom, so as soon as something happens, you will know. Right now it's muted, so. Let's see. When the mother tongue is mostly pictorial, it's very difficult to learn English. We are 15 likes away from our goal. 10 likes now. Only 10 more to hit 1,000. If you forgot to click the like button, now's the time to fix that. Appreciate that. And thank you to everyone who's already clicked it. I'm standing by. I don't want to jump to anything else because I don't think it will be long at all before this jury returns a verdict. Shelby's chick, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for being here as well. I love it. And we hit 1,000. Yay. Thank you very much. Oh, they're going to be back before 47 minutes. If they take more than 47 minutes, it's most definitely a not unanimous decision. And the thing is, I think it would be easier to find a consent, or it would be easier to find a unanimous decision and have life without parole. Much easier to do that than to find for the death penalty, say if this were a death penalty case. When it comes to death penalty, even though the jurors are asked questions about it in voir dire, they're asked questions if they can do that, if they could return a verdict, if that's what the guilt indicated. Oftentimes, individuals have like a personal objection to the fact that it basically connects them to the executioner. They're like, I'm the one who made that happen, and a lot of people have a hard time doing that, even if they say that I could do that if that's what was asked of me. There's not as many moral objections to life in prison without parole as there are to the death penalty. So I think it would be easier for somebody to find a unanimous decision here. Does the channel get something for daily 1,000 likes? It's cold as heck here, a bunch of indoor projects. Big Sky DMC. When the channel gets over 1,000 likes, I can tell you that it appears to sort of like rank up in the algorithm. So YouTube shows it to more people. We end up finding more people finding our channel, which helps. It helps me. It's definitely there's no direct reward, but it just it shows YouTube that people like what they see, and YouTube says, then maybe I should show it to a few more people because they'll probably like it too. So it helps that way. Sherry, hello from Mississippi. Hello to Mississippi. Sherry Cartwright, thank you for being here. Been watching you since Maya. Glass Case of Emotion, welcome. Always love your perspective and coverage. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Vordire, voir dire. I say it both ways because I've heard attorneys say it both ways. And I figure if they went to law school and can't figure out how to say it, me, who has not gone to law school, I have plenty of excuse. I don't know. I don't know how. Judges say it differently. We have a call from... Hello? Hello? That's weird. It was a prank call from Canada. Direct to my personal number. It's weird. Oh, never mind. Now my phone's updated. It says it wasn't Canada. It was Denmark. Denmark, South Carolina. We need to get Recovery Addict's silver play button. Let's get him to 100,000 subscribers. That would be cool. I would love it, but it won't mean as much to me as the one that sits over my shoulder right over here, which is technically not over my shoulder. That's just a picture of it. That was a gift that I got from the Creative Bee, from Debbie, when we reached 5,000 subscribers, which I could never imagine would have happened. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, Canada hates us. Yes, they do. I remember Ian told us.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
There we go. Thank you, Ian, for that. Big shout out to Ian, by the way, who's been nominated for a Gundy YouTube award, focusing on individuals who create content about or in the genre of firearms. And Ian, being a firearms lawyer expert, does just that. So good luck to him. I voted for him several times. It was really cool. Whole house smoke detectors in working order. What are you cooking, Mel? What are you cooking to test all your smoke detectors? Please stay safe. Corroborate. There's another word we struggle with. Mel, I know you don't hate us. That's what the joke is. The Canadians are some of the kindest people I've ever met. Love their country, love their national anthem. I've sung their national anthem many, many times with my family for large events in front of crowds of thousands and thousands of people. I love it. It's beautiful. And so that little soundbite from Ian, the irony there is hilarious. Ivan is not allowed in Canada. Ivan, I heard your team won. Did your team win? Are you able to like cash in on your what was it? The what where did you bet? Didn't you bet something? Ivan's like, yes, I'm a happy man. Wonderful. Congratulations, Ayden. Apparently, Ayden is the person to follow if you're looking to make risky bets and have them pay off. Kelly, I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I think everyone's sort of standing by in the courtroom. Let's see if I can move this over a little bit. Try to get the counter to work. Super source. Just drag it over and move that right side in. Oh, there's that point again. Grr. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Kelly says, I'll wait. We are waiting as well. The sound's on. As soon as something happens, you'll hear it. Evan has good taste in picking teams. I think you share that in common with Ohio. Gary Shipley, welcome. Welcome. You just click the subscribe button. You didn't know that it would out you in front of everybody, but we call this admitting to being an addict, a true crime addict. Welcome to the group. You're one of us now. You can never leave. Everyone's like, hey, Gary, welcome. My neighbors think my smoke detector is a timer. OMC. That's funny. The phone's not connecting. Call failed. Whoever's trying to call, it's not coming through. Try one more time. I don't know the reasons why he chose to only testify to that amount. Well, we're 16 minutes in. The jury deliberation for the entire trial for the guilt phase was 47 minutes. So I'd be I see the judge's hand waving around. Hang on. I see a big stretch from the judge. Apparently nothing. That might be the clerk though. I don't know. Ashy, I think the people who make those spam calls have no incentive to actually remove people that don't want to be called. And so every time I say remove me from your list, they just hang up on me. And so since I'm on the list, I stay on the list. And I also tend to answer calls, so I'm sure I keep moved up on the list as a possibility. Speaking of spam, hang on.
Call from
Mr. Wisconsin.
Ivan, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. Congratulations on your epic win.
Yes, I mean, as much as it pains me to I guess cheer and root for Ohio State, you got to bet with what makes sense, not with emotion. And I put what's called a futures bet on Ohio State to win the national championship after they had lost a heartbreaker to Michigan in a rivalry game in December. And so because I did that way back when, I got 3-1 odds, and they've just marched straight through the playoffs. It wasn't much of a contest. So it was I just figured it'd be the perfect script writing for them to lose a game they should have won, only to win it all. Especially being one of the more hated teams in all of college football. So the script was...
you literally bet on the enemy, is what you're telling me here. It's not that you have Ohio State gear and all over the place. You literally said, well, if my team can't have it, then at least they lost to the winner.
Well, and truly, like, and the only reason they're hated, like, as my dad often says, nobody hates the irrelevant. And the only reason a team of any sort is hated to that degree or was that kind of vitriol is because they just dominate everybody else's. So, but I'm surprised these jurors aren't back yet. I guess they're giving it the care it needs. But I sent you a screenshot this morning as I was leaving the sawmill, and there's a funny time of year when Antarctica is Antarctica is actually in their summer, because of the hemisphere difference. And there's a 2 to 3 week period when any day of the week you can check in on the temperature of Wisconsin and Antarctica, and it will be colder in Wisconsin than it is in Antarctica. And that was the case at 3 a.m. So
it's crazy.
20 below air temperature this morning. Got to 24 below.
That is freezing. That's frigid.
Yeah.
Trees don't want to grow at that temperature. Are you sure lumber mill is the right thing to do up there?
Well, the nice thing about aspen is it will seemingly grow no matter what. And it is the weed of the tree, and it isn't so much the struggle of finding enough trees to cut it. Can't tell you how many saws we've gone through. This time of year especially, because it doesn't matter what kind of maintenance you do or how well you take care of them. Funny thing, chainsaws don't want to operate 15 hours a day in sub-zero temperature. It just doesn't matter. So.
Neither do chainsaw operators. They don't want to run in that weather either. I run a chainsaw.
Well,
it's bad enough in good weather. It's hard work.
I sent you the text the other day. I don't require you guys to come in if it's below zero air temperature because it just isn't conceivable. Most guys want to because they don't want to miss the money, but it's just you start demanding things like that of people, and you find yourself working by yourself sooner than later. You can't expect that day in and day out of people. We're not machines. So I've noticed giving concessions like that or just giving sort of empathy that way pays dividends far more than missing a day or two of labor. That's for sure. So
yeah, that's awesome.
But,
get some loyalty to your employees by giving them time off.
Well, I mean, that's just it. Like, you can never have enough people that want to have your back. That's how I look at it. Yeah. And
that's awesome. Well, big congratulations. Clearly, you could see into the future. You've got the gift. If we call you for lottery predictions, we do expect you to come through as well. So,
hey, I haven't done a lot of things right, but I just so happened to the ones that I have, I've gotten like 2 or 3 like dead on, and it has saved my entire life. So like,
is it better to be lucky than good, or which?
Every time, and twice on Sunday. So
that's awesome.
All right, love you guys.
We'll see you, man.
Later.
Love you, man. Bye. Ayden, that's great. I was watching. I was trying not to comment because I was listening to Ayden. I'm trying to be, present in the situation, talking to Ayden. But the judge has done like a full yoga routine in the background with all. I mean, I think right now he's doing like downward dog. It's the only reason why we can't see him on the screen. He's been going through all of his poses, and it's been awesome. It's been awesome. Now he's relaxing. I feel like I was watching synchronized swimming. I don't want to cut away from this in case he comes back. Anyway, congrats to Ayden on picking the winners long time ago. All right, timer is up to 23 minutes. I'm getting nervous. We're halfway to the point where I just thought of something. There's the judge again. What if the jury says we're going to wait exactly 60 minutes? Come in with our verdict at 60 minutes. Would that be something they would do? 60 seems to be a relevant number here. That would be, I tell you, if they wait 60 minutes, it will be life without parole. There's no question about it. But at the same time, I think the jury's pretty mindful, and knowing that this process is dragging those families through hell. I don't think they would do something like that. I hope do something like that, knowing that it just extends the pain of the families until they can at least get this phase closed. All right, they might be having lunch. I don't think so. The judge is still here, and I think the judge really enjoys his lunch as well. Might run for local office. What if? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'll talk to you offline. You could be like a HOA president, Ivan. Can you imagine Ivan in charge of the HOA in the neighborhood? It would be great. Now, the judge makes me feel like I need to be standing at my desk. Fine, I will surrender. Up we go. Oop. Don't want to go too fast or else I'll go off the screen. There we go. We're up. And Maggie says, hey, I'm an HOA president. There's nothing wrong with an HOA president. I'm just trying to imagine Ivan being an HOA president. Ivan's a fun, colorful fellow. He would have great things to say. The meetings would never be dull, I can tell you that. Everyone would sell in the neighborhoods in the future. Oh, that's a low blow. I think certain people would find that a selling feature in the home. They might be selling because their home suddenly went up in value. What is HOA? It's a homeowners association. It's basically a private group that agrees to abide by the rules that they set for the neighborhood. So it's like a private neighborhood that has their own set of rules within a city. Yeah, we could feature the latest happenings on the HOA. HOA governs the neighborhood. Yep. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of an HOA, but I also keep my Christmas lights up year-round. They're still up right now. I mean, they've been up for over a year. So that's I would probably be on the frowny face side of the HOA many times. I already had to fight my city. I was improving my home. I'm like, I'm remodeling my house to make it better, to make it worth more, to make it look better. And in doing that, we need a roll-off dumpster so we can haul off the bad parts. We bring in the new parts to replace. And the city didn't want me to have it. They're like, no, we don't allow those. Like, you don't allow dumpsters? Like on my driveway where my car parks, I can't put a dumpster or roll-off dumpster? Nope. I said, bring it. I did it anyway. So they didn't push me back against it. HOA would have a problem with the FU tree trimming you did in Utah. They might look at that narrowly. What happens if they can't come to a decision? This is a great question, Scott. If they cannot unanimously come to a decision, the verdict would be life with parole. I think they do need to. It has to be unanimous that there was a aggravating factor at play, and then they can't. Then it gives them the option of saying yes, and it's life without parole. But anything other than those two things playing out, unanimous and unanimous, it would be life with parole. HOA is actually pretty chill, says Samantha. That's awesome. I threatened when my city told me that I couldn't have a roll-off dumpster. I told them, okay, well, guess what? I live on a main road, and the town holds a parade on that main road. It's the biggest event of the year for the town, and I will, within the 3 days that I'm allowed to have it sitting on my lawn, I will dump all the parts and pieces that need to be thrown away on my lawn just for storage before I can move it into a a truck that will come and pick it up. So during the parade, I will have my front lawn completely piled high with garbage, so that as everyone goes by, they will see this junk, and everyone who's visiting will see it. It was sort of childish of me to say that, but I said, those are your options. I'm either going to do that, or I'm going to have a roll-off dumpster out behind my house, behind the row of hedges, where my car normally parks, for a couple days. And they said, well, that's your choice. You do what you have to do. And I did what I have to do. I got the roll-off dumpster, and they didn't do anything about it. You can imagine me going head-to-head with the city, can't you? I can be stubborn, too. Oh. All right, we are just about to 30 minutes. I'm really surprised it's taken this long. I really am. Then they hired the sweet potato truck to hit your pole. They did. Somebody did. See, my county and city laws, ordinances also keep me from having garbage in my yard. But within those ordinances, I can have garbage in my yard if I'm doing a remodel for a limited period of time, where I can have it there for 1 week. Like, it has to be cleaned up by the end of the week. And I can set it up so that it would be there for the big parade. I would store it in my own house if I had to, if I was really... I can be stubborn. Jury is taking their role seriously. Yes, we might also have somebody who says, relates to Chen's family's comments and say, I cannot give them no hope. We mow the weeds and disguise it as grass. Grass is just a different, strain of weed. I need to shave. Do you hear that? Little 5 o'clock shadow happening. If we start the Cochran trial, we would be starting it tomorrow. Does anyone know how much longer how much longer the trial's supposed to go in that one? Amber, what'd you say? Messenger, DMs. Okay. Amber says, first of all, she's doing some work on the buttons, and how many buttons contest, which we have going, which I love the name of, Amber, by the way. Thank you. She says, I feel like we need to specify what has been included in the count. I said, how many buttons in the studio, but that includes TVs and anything in that room with a button. So do you want to limit it to your desk? I don't want to give, if I say everything that's included, somebody will just do the research and nail it on the nose. It's like the first person to Google correctly and use the calculator wins. I'd like it to be a little bit of a guess still involved. And here's what we'll do. We'll do a live stream when we reveal the winner, and I will share I will show or share a list of everything so you can see how I counted every single button. And what applies. But I'm going to be quite thorough in counting buttons. It'll be a 2-week trial, so we'll get a lot of we'll have to speed trial. We'll have to do like a 1.25 speed through a lot of it. counting buttons. It would be more me validating that I actually do have that many buttons. I think remote controls should count. They're buttons for sure. Angela, that is correct, although it's not entirely, it's not the most precise answer. And the most precise answer is going to win. So my idea is the person who guesses closest or first how many buttons I have once we start the contest, which hasn't started yet. I'm okay with, I think I will gift them an amount equal to annual membership at the basic level. Do we count Scott's buttons that we can push? No, you're not eligible, Mrs. R.A., and nobody can ask you or something of an equal prize in merchandise. Does that sound fair? Oh, now I've got a scam call. Perfect. Hello? Hello? They haven't answered for days. I don't know what it is. Guys, I'm trying. They won't talk. Yeah, I can't actually give membership away. YouTube doesn't allow you to do that, at least to a targeted person. But I could make a gift. Like I could gift somebody, like on a Venmo or Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, something like that, an amount equal to a year's membership. Shaylin, I'm getting nervous as well. We're now 11 minutes away from how long it took to make the other decision. I'm going to have to pay my kids to count these buttons. The question is, say for instance, if I was counting the buttons on a mouse, is the scroll wheel count as a button? Do the sliders on my audio count as a button on my audio board? Yeah? I need to know because they can be pushed up and down. They just don't get clicked. Did I even open? No, I didn't open it. I just saw that you made one. To view the form, it makes me sign in, Amber. I don't know my password. Guessing here. I have to do two-factor authentication. Hang on. Can't get in, Amber. It won't let me sign in. Does the belly button count? No, because you can't push it. Because I flex. Poor frozen door-to-door salesman just tried to sell us on a new internet provider. I told him that's your gig. That's funny. Gig. That's my gig. It's my 2 gigs. $39.39. I thought that this would be faster than the other verdicts.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
It doesn't have to make a click to be a button. Some of my buttons are silent. Thanks for the screenshot, Amber. I need it to be email instead of preferred contact because I can't call internationally. And the bottom one, instead of like, I would ask the question, how many buttons does RA have in his studio? That's the best way to use that. I don't know. A button turns things on and off, right? And sliders turn things on and off. The sliders I don't have a lot of. I've only got one. I only have 9 sliders.
Call from Master Eden.
Hey, Master Eden, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to make a real quick question before everything got started.
Yeah.
What's that app using for the AI music? I really want to try that out.
SUNO.
SUNO. Okay, I'm gonna try that out.
I think they charge like $12 a month for a lot of credits. Otherwise, you get like 5 songs a month.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing great. And it's cold weather. We got to stay home because it's snowing everywhere here in Texas.
It's frigid. Yeah. My up here in the room is sweating. My feet are cold. I don't know how that works.
I can imagine how cold it is where you're at. Oh man, can imagine.
Awesome. Good luck with that. Let me hear the songs when you're done. If you got some good ones.
I will. I sure will. I'll send some your way via text message.
Sounds good. Thanks, Master Eden. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right.
Can you back away from your desk so we can get a look at your buttons? I've got lots of buttons all over the place. How many do you want to see? It's hiding. I am hiding some. Screaming goats do have buttons. Not counting the ones on my shirt. Those ones don't count. They have to be connected to electronics in some way. Screenshot. Everyone's rewinding, pausing, taking screenshots. I will tell you, not all the buttons are visible. There are buttons that I use regularly which are not visible. My headphones have 0 buttons. The little lawyer's room sign. I love this one too. It's right up there with "Did I crack the case?" Yep. We do have the burner phone. We're 3 minutes away from how long they deliberated, at least when we heard that they were done with the verdict last time. It was 47 minutes last time. So, Shadow, when it's time to make the guess, once we get the form completed, we're going to go ahead and put a link in chat. I don't know how long we're going to leave the contest open until we have a winner. What's probably going to happen is we will have. Let me look at the new one. Did I read the instructions? Amber, that looks good. That looks good. We may have multiple people who guess that and then say, "Oh, I guessed that. I should have won." Everything will be time stamped, so we will have we'll be able to have the ability to see who guessed it first. So this is when you do want to get your guess in, but at the same time, you want to get it right. So being first with a guess might not be the best thing. It might be worth it to stop and count and do some research before. No foot controls. I haven't gone that way yet, although Elgato has some nice ones I've been looking at. Coming over from the defense rest. Welcome, Teresa. Or is it Tricia? I don't know if the IA, if it's a SHIA. What are we guessing? We're having a contest to how many buttons are in the studio. We have a lot of buttons. Sorry, we have a lot of buttons here, and we're starting the. I've teased this for a long time, but while we wait for the judge to finish his yoga or whatever he's doing, and we wait for a verdict, which might be any second now. He's back. We'll see. The contest is going to be in a form. There will be a link provided. Boom, there it is, right there. There's the link, so you can get your guesses in. Don't be too hasty. If you're too hasty, you might find you're way, way wrong. Remember, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 computers. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 keyboards. 3 mice, 2 trackpads. Oh, I'm not going to help you too much, but I did that just a minute ago. I stepped back and showed you a lot of. I even showed this, which is not traditional. That's the instant replay machine. I haven't counted how many buttons there are yet. I have to count now. And then now. No, we can't put the link in chat. Sorry. Because we have to be able to track it with a timestamp of when the submission was entered in the Google form. If a button has multiple clicks, like if you click it twice, it does one thing, and once it does another, like on the instant replay machine, it's counted as one button. And I'm only counting the scroll wheels as one button. Yeah. By a show of hands, how many of you guys took screenshots during that? We're now over 48 minutes. It might be 60. We might be. I can't imagine them taking longer than an hour to do this unless they went to lunch, which is possible. Iris, yes, I'm getting to the point where I'm going to start doing that. I might start posting quick clips of trials, both on our TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Call from Bree.
Bree, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you guys?
We're cold.
I know. Oh my God,
cold.
New Mexico's super cold too. I woke up and it was 6 degrees with a wind chill of negative 10 in my town, so it's super cold. So, point of clarification for this contest.
Yeah.
On the laptop, You can hit the function button. That's a button. You can hit the F1 button. If you use function and F1, it's a different thing. So is that just, are we counting them just as one time each, or would it actually get to count as 3? Because you have your function, your F1, and then the whatever the function and F1 create.
Say for instance, if we're looking at the keyboard here for the Mac,
Mm-hmm.
the F1 button also is the dimmer button. It doesn't matter what
Right.
I'm using it for. It's still, the push is the same.
Okay.
So I'm not counting as like, oh, you can also hold down shift and this, and that makes another button. Nope, it's just individual mechanical buttons. I'm not going to make it tricky.
Just wanted to, and it's I know you said you have like 6 or 9 sliders. Are those considered buttons or sliders? So they don't count.
A slider would be a switch, just like a button. It just pushes up and down instead of in and out. So I'm counting them as one.
Okay, don't worry. I'm doing my math.
All right. You're helping people
I'm going to go back and rewind all the streams, and you accidentally tell us how many buttons are in each one, and then I'm going to narrow it down.
We'll see.
All
We'll see
right,
how
guys.
close you get. Thanks, Bree. Appreciate it.
Probably not very, but I'm going to try. All right, guys. See you guys all later. Bye.
Bye. Bree's doing you all a favor, doing the homework for you. Remember the judge that stripped off his robe? Yes. Was that the Melody Ferris trial? I forget which ones. We're 50 minutes in. You know what? There's no way they can do 60 seconds. Unless a juror has like an analog watch. They don't have any digital items to track the time. Maybe there's a clock in the jury room, but... Lynn, this is what I'm saying. To authenticate my claim to the number of buttons, I will tell you each thing that I counted and how many buttons it has, so you guys are able to verify. And I can show you that I have it. Not everything that I have and use on this is visible on the desk as well. So there's some more. Okay, do save this link because I think it'll run for a few days, at least until I can count up how many I have. We might have a winner already, and I just don't know it. But for the person who is the closest, I think I will gift, out of the kindness of my heart, the closest and first or closest. How about that? First or first and closest first. There we go. Either a gift card on a digital platform equal to a year's worth of membership, or maybe an item of merchandise. We'll see what they want. We'll let them choose a little bit. Not my gumdrop buttons. No. It's got to be connected to something electrical. Red Pen's like, it's sort of a letdown. The tease of this contest was better than the delivery. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, I'm not saying you have to be a member if you win, or you have to use the money for membership. That's just the range, the area that I think the winner will get. We're having a button contest. How many buttons do I have in my studio? It's a lot. It's a lot. "53 minutes. The longer this goes, the higher the likelihood that this will be life with the possibility of parole. And I would not be upset if that's what they chose. The reality is I probably will not be alive when he is first eligible for parole. Only responses submitted through the form will count. That's correct. There's a form right here. You can click on it, fill it out. Only one submission per person. What's the benefits of a membership? It takes you out of slow mode. When things get busy in chat, we have to turn slow mode on so that you only get to chat every so often. Just because chat goes so fast, we can't read it if we don't have slow mode on. It's not that we're punishing anybody. So it gets you out of that. You can chat as much as you want. It gives you access to all of the emojis, our custom emojis we have, and you get to type !seat when you enter the room, and you get ushered to the front row where you have reserved seating, depending on your group that you're in, whether you're a member of the gallery, the jury, or the attorney level. How complex are my cameras? Blackmagic Design Micro Studio 4K and a Sony A6600. And a number of GoPros. Yeah, if you can link it to the Facebook page or link Facebook page to that would be cool. We have a very large front row, the largest front row you've ever heard of. Can they change their verdict? No, they cannot. The verdict is done and decided. The only thing they can affect right now is the sentence, whether it's going to be 50 years or 51 years before he gets a chance at parole, or for as long as he lives. If she does keep it in here, that would not count. It has to be electrical in nature. Stevie, I told you I'd do it this year. I waited and waited, and I told you I'd do it. And Amber sort of pushed the issue because she designed the form, and it's perfect. So I'm like, I have no reason not to do it now. Ivan says, whatever you decide to gift as a winning prize, let me know and I'll match it. Bitcoin it is. No, just kidding. Ivan, that's awesome. Ivan's super generous. He's been an amazing supporter on the channel. I appreciate you, Ivan. Yep. Buttons count. Great question from the Unnamed True Crime Channel. What does your channel name mean? It's a long story, and I've developed a short version to the answer. The shortest version is I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. And you say, what's that mean? Well, people lose things that are metal all the time. They have been doing it for centuries. And I love metal detecting. So I was addicted to metal detecting and recovering an artifact. That was my addiction. So I called it the Recovery Addict channel. I named that channel Recovery Addict way back in 2016, long before I'd started live streaming court cases. Not many people wanted to watch those videos. They're still out there. If you go way back, there's still some crazy videos. I think I've even got somewhere I'm finding gold rings and pennies and fun stuff. And I love it. I still love metal detecting when I get a chance to do it. I had that channel all set up for live streaming so I could live stream metal detecting when lots of things happened in life. I ended up unemployed for about 7 months, and while looking for work and not finding anything in the area I wanted, namely the location I wanted to live in and in the career field I wanted to be in, out of desperation, I told my wife I was just going to live stream. And I already had a lot of this equipment because of prior failed businesses, school, education, past jobs I'd had. So I had I pretty much had everything I needed to go live on YouTube, which isn't a lot. And you could do it just from your phone, but I had switchers and cameras and things as well. And so audio systems. So I went live. And the first day we had 13 people here. And most of them stayed most of the day. It was a lot of fun. I went to bed, I was just buzzing. I couldn't sleep. I'm like, that was so much fun, hanging out with 13 people and watching court. We're getting to this one, Danny. There's two parts to the story. second day we had like 45, third day we had 450, fourth day we had over 13,000. And it just exploded. In that fourth day we hit all the monetization metrics for YouTube. So I got to very quickly make the channel to something that could possibly be a job, even though it took many, many months to get to the point where it was paying our bills. That's it. And I could only do that. I could only live stream starting that first day on the spur of the moment because I already had a channel that I had set up to do that. If I had created a channel that first day, it would have taken 24 hours before YouTube would let me live stream. That's just one of their policies. So I used my Recovery Addict channel. Now, personally, I also have an experience with addiction, and I am a video game addict. And there's a point in my life where I let them pretty much take over my life. And I just about lost everything, including my family, my life, and possibly somebody else's, because of my addiction and how much I let that control me. So the channel here celebrates everyone who's on a path to recovery, regardless of what their addiction is. And if they're working on sobriety and it's their first day, we're excited for them. We're here for them. We're here to cheer them on, whether it's a chemical or otherwise addiction. For me, it was video games. For other people, it might be different. So we have a lot of members here in chat that are, have celebrated some great milestones in sobriety, and we do that together. We celebrate everybody. So that's the short story. And that's sort of a longer version of the short story. I wish I had kept all my videos from Daryl Brooks. When I first applied for monetization on YouTube, they turned me down. And they turned me down, and I think I misread or misunderstood the message about why I was denied. I had a video on here that I had originally posted on TikTok, and it's one I had filmed myself, and it had gotten like 16 million views on TikTok. But when I posted on YouTube, YouTube recognized it as content that was aired on TikTok because they compare that, and they said I was reusing content. And so I could not monetize. I thought they meant that I couldn't have my commentary videos on, so I deleted pretty much everything up to that point and started over. And it turns out that no, it was the TikTok one that was the problem. So I did delete a lot of my early streams, and I wish I hadn't. Okay, we're over an hour. This is crazy. But what about the 3 trees? That's a different story altogether. That's a different story. We'll share that one at a different time. I had neighbors. Well, it's not an HOA. It's just neighbors that complained, and the city code ordinance guys came and told me I needed to trim my trees, and I did. I trimmed them into letters of the alphabet. Specific letters that could be taken as an acronym for a certain meaning. And that's how I intended it, because I wanted to show them that I was fed up with what they were doing. So I did an F and a U of the trees in my front yard. And it was funny because when you driving up to the house, they look just like scraggly trees. But when you get right in front of the house and look at the house, you just see the FU at the front. I feel bad for my neighbors across the street. They're the nicest people. They did not deserve any of that, but I think they were off. Like, the houses weren't lined up perfectly enough. But Todd, who dat? Wonderful. Wonderful to hear that. That is great. Congratulations. So my brother who's 2 years sober. That's awesome. Here for the hearsay. The funny thing is whoa, where's my desk going? I bumped the button and it's going down. That scared the daylights out of me. Go back up. Whew. I was leaning on it and it just sort of gave way. Don't push that button. The funny thing is I posted a picture of my trees along with the story on my Facebook account. And the sheriff of the county commented. And he says, that's the funniest thing I've seen all year. He thought it was great. So, you guys are listening. Desk buttons. My desk sounds like a Tesla. It drives much slower. Very slow acceleration. All right. I'm stunned that we're still here. We do have a channel, a Facebook channel for Recovery Addict YouTube channel. So we have a Facebook account for the Recovery Addict YouTube channel. You know what I meant to say? That thing. We have one of those. If you do click to join that group, please know we will deny you. That's it. We will deny you if you don't answer all the questions. So there's when you click to join, there's a list of questions. You have to scroll down. Make sure you answer each of those questions. They're not hard. As a matter of fact, as long as you get the bottom one right, you're pretty much in. The bottom one is if you agree to follow the rules, which are to be nice to people. Same rules we have on this channel, spamming and stuff like that. But if you don't answer the questions, we will deny it, and we'll let you try again over and over. So they could be at lunch. Nobody needs rapid desk acceleration. I agree. See, super source box 1. I need a little less on the left. There we go. And I need to position it a little further to the left. Why is that not working? There we go. And now undo some of the right trim. That's the top crop. That's not what I wanted. Okay, now my OCD is happy. There we go. The top crop, not the crop top. That's different.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
You're welcome. There's the link to the Facebook if you want that. Lots of people are applying. Let me just see. Sheila, you got it wrong. You need to answer the questions. Sorry. Let's see. Tammy got it right. Great job.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Pat, you need to answer the questions. I have to deny it. Andrea, you got it wrong. You have to answer the questions. I need to deny. Let's see. Sherry, I'm going to let you in. Lisa, perfect job. Angela, perfect job.
Because he's the guy.
Shannon, perfect job. Sherry, Eileen, I need to decline. Need to answer the questions. Cheryl, great. Maria, try again. Answer the questions. There we go.
In front of the Walmart.
The other mods are taking care of some as well.
Is that correct?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
About to catch a
I'm
whooping.
not a cat.
Can I answer in the form of a riddle? As long as you answer, that's good.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I don't know who won. Life with parole would be the result if there's no agreement. And I think the jury at this point is ready to be done.
Are we going to address subject matter
A lot
jurisdiction?
more requests just came in. Hang on.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Christy Mitchell, there are no answers. Needed to try again. Charmaine, try again. Charlie Raven, try again. Maria Pavon,
Have them send someone.
I'll let you in because you answered the right one. Amy Harrell, try again. Liz, try again. I'm sorry, I'm brutal about this, but I have to. This is the only way we can keep the bots out, is to make, because the bots can't answer these questions. Let's see, Sandy, great job. Mike, try again. Mike, I know you can get this one. Emily, sorry. Sue, sorry. Sherry, yes. Bruce, yes. Stephanie, I can't say your last name, Stephanie. Shalovsky, or something like that. Thank you very much. Welcome. Karen, I like the Screaming Goat reference, Karen. Good job. Nicole, Betsy, Tragan.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Maybe upon us.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Questions are complicated. They are. Now I'm scared I did it wrong. No worries. If you did it wrong, just do it again. I don't remember who did it wrong. It's not like we punish you. As long as you can get it right.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
The big thing is the bottom of the questions. We just ask that you agree to the rules from the admin. As long we do that just because we ask people to be nice in chat, the same as we do in this chat. It's not really hard or tricky or anything like that, but we do ask that you'll at least agree to that.
Alex stole it.
Well, I never admit that I'm a cannibal. It's fine. Whatever you put on those answers is fine. They're just funny questions to rule out bots. Sinbad, you can tell your hubby to try again. He didn't answer any of the questions. Andrea, congratulations. Jury did not come to a conclusion. We're still counting. We are still counting. They have not answered. Don't feel bad if you have to try again on Facebook. It happened to me too, says Mrs. R.A. We're strict. The rules apply to everybody. Nobody is above the law.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
You guys are having fun with these sounds.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Jurors are trying to count RA's buttons. Mrs. RA, don't help anyone with the buttons. This, because I realize there might be people you might be inclined to say, here, ask me questions, I'll give you answers. But, as I go down a little bit, but that wouldn't be fair for people who have already voted. How's my toe? My toe recovered remarkably. I don't think I'm going to lose the toenail. That's good. She's like I have a clue how many they are or what they do. If Diet Coke Mama wins. I haven't seen a guess from her yet. Roro member for 16 months says, this family, love this family, so happy I found RA during Cavalcante. Now every day is an RA day. You're all amazing. Thank you. And
I saw a chicken
fighting. Green-Eyed Cat, thanks for gifting a membership as well. Macy Coombs asked if we can FOIA the interrogation video, please. I'd love to see it. As long as it's not under seal, that might be an option. If anybody in Tennessee can research that, the FOIA request for interrogation video, we might have to hurry and get it before the case is over. They might delete it. Yeah, people want to come over with the construction. Yeah, I don't think Amber is going to be eligible to guess on the buttons because she's the only one that's actually been in the studio.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. Little motion in the court still. We're seeing people walk back and forth. Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Your iPad died? Do you want to talk? Iris gifted a membership. Congratulations, Laurie. That's awesome. Congratulations. Why wouldn't they play the video? It was ruled that it couldn't come in for some reason. I don't know. Let's see. Membership train starting 2, says Iris. Thank you, Iris. Appreciate that. Tammy's asking how you're doing, Mrs. Ari. You sure you don't want to talk? She's just in here because her iPad died and she can't watch in there. Now she has to be in here. Cover the buttons. Don't let her look. How is your toe, Mrs. R.A.?
It's, black and blue, but it's going to stay on.
It's black and blue, but it's probably going to stay on, she says. So hers is doing better. Amber's exempt from all fun contests because she has to make all the forms and collect all responses. Otherwise, we'd never have a conclusion because Scott can't find the responses. This is true. Amber, thank you.
You're going to have to put a time limit on it.
Until somebody wins. It's the first person. So
To get it exact?
yeah, but you have to count the buttons for me because I run out of fingers at like 20. Fingers and toes.
You have 20 fingers?
I love you. All right. Amber keeps posting the link for the button contest. And maybe Amber, since I can't get to the answers, if you could just tell me how many answers we have so far, that would be fun. Okay.
Shame on you, sir.
Okay, we've had probably 24 people that just tried to join the Facebook group and did not answer the questions, so I declined them. Just try again, but answer the questions. That's all. Miss Ann, thank you very much for the super sticker. Wait for it. I love it. I can almost hear that in my head. What happened? What have I missed? What happened to their toes? We both stubbed our toes and like injured our toenails on opposite feet. Which means if we're dancing, like slow dancing, facing each other, our injured toes would kick each other. It would be very painful. Which is why we don't slow dance right now until our toes get better. 139 responses. You got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Most of them are going to be, I think most of them are going to be wrong. Were we drunk? No. I was in a hurry. The basement was flooding. Our sump pump had turned into a geyser in the basement, an unintended water fountain. And I was supposed to be live, and I'm running downstairs. I put on my muck boots with bare feet to wade down to the basement so I can reconnect the hose and get the basement pumping the water out, because that's how we live in our house. That's just what we do. And then I run upstairs. I'm kicking off the muck boots, which, because I have massive calves, and I'm bragging here, but I have the calves of a cross-country runner. I don't know why I still have them, because I haven't run in years and years. But it's hard to get the muck boots off because they're tight, not on my feet, but on my calves. And so I get one off, and I go to use that foot to push the heel of the other boot to get my foot out, and I just kick the back of the boot, and my toe just...
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Yeah, it did that. It is romantic.
I was kicked back,
romantic.
taking it easy.
Just come back. Why do you have cows? I have cows because this is cash cow, or moopok. During the Letitia trial, we had a stress cow. We actually had Mrs. Aria, do you want to tell the story what happened to the first one? It was an utter disaster.
Happy birthday. You look good.
It ruptured, and the cow's innards became its outards. Well, Mrs. Aria was right there, and she got covered in cow stuff. It was not a fun day, was it, Mrs. Aria? I thought it was funny, but she did not, and thus I then found it not funny as well. So,
bring the jury.
All right, we are.
Okay, so
Why is it taking so long? I want a Screaming Goat. We have some links if you want to use our links to get a Screaming Goat on Amazon. They are fairly economical. Hey, Mrs. Aria, are you going to talk? Okay, here you go.
Introduce a discussion question here. Why do you think it takes longer to come up with the, is this the punishment, the sentence? Is that what they're doing right now?
This is the sentencing phase.
Why is it taking longer to do that than it was to find him guilty? Is it the sense of, if this is all your fault, like there's just so much pressure to say, I'm going to tell you exactly what your punishment is. Is that why you think it's taking longer?
I think it's taking a long time because they had lunch.
Oh, you think they haven't even been talking about it?
Yeah, I did not have lunch. Although, if you want to bring me lunch, I will let you.
Oh, that's so thoughtful of you. Thank you.
Lunch is an option, and I would say that's the easiest solution. Is that they just took a break for lunch, but it's also possible that this is yippee, sticker mule. Sorry.
I want you to
Just
know
got a
that
package.
the UPS guy who dropped that off is dressed like he's ready to go to Canada. He's like so just fill all of his clothes.
You should have given him a tip.
I wasn't going to open the door. I was like, okay, thanks. Yelled through the door. Go away. It's kind of cold.
Right. This may be some more merch if it turns out good. I can't open it. Don't know how to open this. Oh, nope. Okay. Did he have long white hair?
Ian?
No, it wasn't Ian or Santa Claus, either one. All right, here we go. The big reveal. We have, I think that's supposed to be a shirt that's stuck to the package. There's one. And here's two.
What are they?
They're shirts.
Oh, for the kids.
This one's my size. This
Oh,
one,
not
this
the
is the
kids.
kid's size.
Which did you go with? We had a bunch of snarky ideas. I'm not sure which one he
This
went
is
with.
the regular. I haven't done the kids version of this yet. I did this before I decided. This is just the logo in the corner. That looks nice. Check this out.
Yeah, I like it in black.
out.
That's awesome. Which kid do you think that will fit? I bet that fits
That's
our
supposed to be.
11-year-old.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 11. It's supposed to be the 14.
Are you kidding? Our 14-year-old is full on in adult clothes.
That's the size he told me to get.
That's not going to fit him. But it will probably fit the next one down.
Apparently, this one in gray. Didn't know I ordered it in gray, but apparently I did.
Same size?
No. This is my size.
Oh.
This is good. Looks good. Looks good. I like it.
Nice. Is that dead center? Or no, that's on the over
It's
the
left
pocket.
left breast logo. I have 6 kids. I need to get shirts for all of them.
Nice.
Well, at least 5 of them.
Yeah, you know how other people go on like vacations or trips or something, and they have all of the kids wear the same shirt or the same hat or something so you can quickly identify your children? Scott also uses it as, hey, free advertising.
The voice you're hearing and not seeing, that is Mrs. R.A. She's right over there. She's hiding behind the microphone. Let's see. If you move over by Mr. Bones a little bit.
Oh, nice.
There-
Does he have a name?
No, he's right in your way. I'll just move him.
I don't know what you can see and what you cannot see.
Oh, we see everything.
Nice.
That's good. That's Mrs. R.A. She's my wife. You came in here because your iPad battery died and you still wanted to watch what's happening. We are still in verdict watch. 1 hour, 22 minutes. It took 47 minutes for them to reach a verdict in the main trial.
That did not surprise me. I mean, I didn't really follow a ton of this trial, but when the defense starts with, hey, we're guilty, that takes a lot of the suspense out of it. You're like, okay.
Yeah. The defense wording was, we want you to find our client guilty
okay.
of involuntary manslaughter. So they went for a lesser included, but sorry, let me fight with this microphone. There we go.
So they did go for lesser. But that he was not found guilty of a lesser included.
He was found guilty as charged
Okay.
on both counts.
Okay. I went back and watched a little bit of his mom's testimony. I don't know if that was a testimony or an impact statement.
A little both.
That was heartbreaking, though. Yeah. That's hard.
Tammy says, when I was in anatomy, my husband bought me a 3-foot tall skeleton. We called him Timmy.
That's love
and
there.
you knew the names of every bone. That is awesome.
I took an anat and phys class from college after I'd graduated because I was bored. And
who does that for fun? Just like, hey, maybe
I
I can
do.
sign up for a college level class.
Because I had gotten my degree in business management because, I was in that time frame and everybody did that. And then after I got my degree, I was like, I want to actually learn stuff I'm interested in. And so I went back for a human anat and phys. Do you too? Who does that say? Lady retired?
Lazy retired says,
Oh, okay.
I did too. This is, you need like I don't know if you're trying to count buttons or what you're doing.
Ooh.
Betsy says, "All right, can you switch the cam back?" I think you're trying to count buttons. There are a lot of buttons. I apologize. You're not going to be able to see them all. But our timer shows almost an hour and a half, which means we're nearly double the amount of time they spent deliberating the guilt phase. If they don't all agree, it will be life with parole.
But until he's 70, is that accurate?
He will have to serve 51 years before he's eligible for parole. So he's 22 now, 24 now. I don't remember. He's
This
gonna
is
be in
such
the
a
70s.
tragedy. I mean, like a tragedy that births other tragedies. It's all bad.
I'm not going to count the buttons on air because that would give it an unfair advantage to people who still haven't guessed. I'll count them off air, and, well, Mrs. R.A. will count them.
Yeah.
Might not happen. She wanted to see R.A., Mrs. R.A., not the buttons.
Oh, that's what they're saying. But they're like, if we see the buttons at the same time, I mean.
We have the audio turned on from court, so even though you're not seeing the image, just know that you will hear it as soon as the judge announces anything, and we'll keep an eye on that, so you're not missing anything right now.
So the next court case are you watching? Can you make sure that the audio's awesome?
It's so much better.
Like any
The one out of
improvement would
West
be
Virginia,
really awesome.
It's really good. It's really good. I go to bed with a headache just from the strain of listening to the static and stuff we have in this one.
Oh, is that why? Oh, that's too bad.
So it'll be better. There's no real deadline to the contest. It's really the first person to guess. I guess if nobody guesses, it will be the closest person, and we'll have to have a deadline for that. But
I think really the pinch point is you have to count them. That's going to be the limiting factor.
And I'm going to be like 1, 2.
We're not multiplying.
Where do we submit our button vote? Nurse for God, hello. Amber has a link that she keeps putting up right here where you can go and submit your vote. Good luck to you. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome.
So did you do a poll on how long people think this is going to take?
Not on this part, because I thought it would be so fast I wouldn't have time to get the poll done. And now here we are, double the deliberation time. It has to be lunch.
What time is it there? What time is it here?
It's the same time. They're on Eastern time, same as us. So we're at 2:00. So I'm sure they stopped for lunch, which now, in theory, they should be done with lunch. And so anything over about an hour and 15 minutes, I'd say, is deliberation time. So assuming as soon as the judge released them, they had their Jimmy Johns and took their break. We should be back in deliberation now. And if it goes over 2 hours, we have a problem.
Theoretically, or is there actually a problem?
No, just theoretically.
Oh, okay.
If it goes to 4:00, I have a problem because I have an interview at 4:00.
Yeah.
Not saying who with, by the way. Don't.
Oh, that's a secret.
It's a secret.
It's kind of a secret for me. I love how Scott keeps trying to prevent me from sharing stuff I don't have a clue about.
I have a good poker face too. Let's see, Josh. I hear what you're saying here. Something in mod chat might need to be polled.
How many of you guys anticipated it being this long? Is there anybody out there who was like, yeah, this makes sense. Of course, the sentencing is going to take a lot longer to think through. I can't see the chat.
Oh, you said 3, you need to go. I was thinking 20 minutes tops. I said 10 minutes. I thought 38 minutes.
You said 3, yeah. You said they changed the time.
Yeah, I changed the time because I'm like, it won't take long at all. We'll be done early, and that'll work.
New thought question.
Hang on. I'm trying to do Josh's thing real quick.
Oh, it's not for you. It's for chat.
Josh, it's a 3 hour and 34-minute clip you sent me. Do you know when it happened?
Can you just watch that real quick? Just on air?
Good. Miss R.A. does have a beautiful voice.
Oh, thank you. Did listening to his mom, and I didn't listen to his dad, but I assume you guys did listening to his parents change your, how do I say that? How you would have voted for a verdict? Did it change based on what you heard from his parents?
It didn't for me because they're not the ones on trial. It's not a factor that could come in as evidence as to.
Okay, well, hang on. Then why have impact statements at all?
I believe for me, it's just mitigating factors. That's it. I don't believe that we should say this person had people that loved them, thus we should punish greater for their loss. I think that every life, whether it's, whether they have family that rallied around them and they did great things or not, is a loss when it's taken, at the hands of another. So I'm not big on the add extra punishment because they were good. But at the same time, I do believe that somebody's, situation, if they have, they've been battling mental illness for a long time, and they're okay, they're sane, fit to stand trial now, I think that's a factor that can be weighed in on the mitigation side.
So when it comes to impact statements, the only thing that could be said for you that would change what you would hand out as a verdict would be if they were mentally
that's not the only thing,
or whatever. Not incompetent, but
that's not the only thing. I think it is possible to look at a situation and see that someone was dealt a crap hand growing up. If they were, grew up in an abusive home and, ran away from home and got abused at their foster homes, some things like that. It's like, at some point we have to say, look, what did we expect when we didn't provide a child with a safe upbringing? Why do we expect them now to just be perfect adults and not make mistakes? And I think there is some degree of mitigation that's there. It wasn't here. This was a privileged child who had name brand everything. Everything was great. It was, parents worked hard, supported him. It wasn't there. I didn't see any of that.
Well, now just because we have time, I want to argue on the name brand thing. What does that mean? If you have name brand stuff, then your life's better?
He had all the top brand. He had everything was looking nice. He had everything and a bucket of ice cream to go with it. So it was.
I just want to point out we do have ice cream right now.
Please bring me some. I'm super hungry. Nurse for God gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Nurse for God. Longtime supporter of the channel. Very generous. I appreciate that. All wonderful people who got those gifts, by the way.
Okay, so I asked the question of all of chat, and then I can't actually see chat. Did they respond to whether or not listening to the mom and dad affected their take on it?
Nearly a resounding no.
Interesting.
He didn't speak for himself. That's another thing. If he had spoke for himself, I realize I am okay with somebody saying not guilty. I'm going to make the state prove this, okay? Because that's how our system works. I'm very much okay with that. That is the state's burden to bear. But once you're convicted, an apology goes a long way. Even if you waited till the end, an apology for me goes a long way. Now he's going to be asking for parole. Oh, I changed in prison, but I wouldn't even own up at the time when the family was there. I wouldn't even. Maybe over 50 years that might happen. I realize a lot of people would not accept an apology. I mean, a lot of victims, maybe victims' families, would not accept an apology in that moment. But I think it's.
Generally, it isn't about whether or not they accept it. It's about
whether he offered it.
Yeah.
Whether he was at that point, but.
And he may not be there yet.
Yeah. Anyway, they don't for appellate reasons.
That's what I was thinking. You got to be careful what you say because anything you say is going to be brought up later.
There's accountability. There's accountability, and I realize, yes, you might win. You might be guilty as sin. Got caught committing murder, but got away with it. If you get away with murder because of a technicality or an appellate reason, a technicality, that doesn't wash your hands of the guilt.
Yeah.
And just to hope to go through life hoping that you'll win on a technicality when really you're the loser in more senses than one. Anyway,
Yeah.
It's been a heavy morning. It's been pretty emotional. Probably not the best day for me to pontificate on things that are deep in nature.
But sometimes that needs to be said, that so often we get caught up in, can you get away with this, and how can we play this game? Sometimes you just tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may. You just say, I'm sorry, and even if it means that's going to work against me, I am still sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's where he is. I don't know anything about him. Holy cow, Scott, this office is hot.
Yeah, down by the floor. It's cold, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Your feet don't touch the floor.
Don't tell people.
You're like a little kid hovering up there.
It's a very tall chair. Yeah. She outed me.
I think it's cute.
All right, we are 1 hour 35 minutes. Now I've got 2 hours of my drop dead time as far as this has to be done. Only because I need to be done at 3. I need a verdict. I don't.
Drop dead time sounds like a spy novel.
That's when I have to kill the live stream because I've got to prep for my interview. I'm gonna drop dead. Is the thing.
Okay.
I've got a call from. This looks like Mathis.
Call from.
I'd also like ice cream.
Mathis says I'd also like ice cream. You can't hear him because you don't have headphones. If you bring headphones over from over there.
Hello.
Hey, Mathis, how are you doing? I think they're up on the counter.
I'm doing well. I figured I use the opportunity and also say hi to Mrs. R.A.
Let me plug her headphones in so she can hear you. Give me just 1 second. Right now she can only hear me. I'll whiz these over here. Okay, I can't adjust the volume. Oh, she just ripped her headphones off. Is that too loud?
Maybe a little.
Test 1 2, test 1 2, check 1 2. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. All right.
I'm being
now she can hear you.
Okay, very good. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. It is 8:12 in Germany, so I returned from my workday. The stream always starts in my afternoon.
Welcome home.
Thank you. I've also been greeted by my 2 wonderful cats. I think you made some pretty good points when it came to the impact statement, and I want to comment on like a couple of specific scenarios.
Okay.
When it comes to like impact statements from like a family member, I think the like textbook case where you would really want an impact statement is, what if you have a man that steals a loaf of bread to feed his family?
The Les Miserables story. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what if you have a man that steals like a lot of money that like robs a bank to pay for like family's medical bills, and someone dies because but it's an accident? That's still like felony murder in some states, but you would totally want like impact statements in that scenario. Same with when you steal a loaf of bread. And I think if I'm starting like with these classical, please, I did it because I had to scenarios, I think that kind of fits the story that the defense was going for in this case, because they started with this like maybe provocation that the jury apparently didn't really buy, but I think a defendant that comes across as authentic can still like stick to the like heat of passion killing pleading, and at least show contrition, because I mean, if you're like, there's this, like, I mean, you would give up certain things on appeal that you're not going to win anyway if you're going by statistics. But you look, let's ignore the appeal argument. When he admits that he did it and that he deeply regrets what happened, that's still like not contradictory with the second-degree murder heat of passion argument. And I think if he does show contrition at that stage, it would be quite helpful for sentencing purposes at least. So I think that is a mistake, unless he doesn't come across as authentic.
I think,
which his lawyers probably
know more than us.
let me say something real quick.
Yeah.
I think that anyone who approaches their criminal trial with the outlook of I need to do this for the appeal is losing out, because it is harder to win an appeal than it is to win a court case. It's the odds of even getting your appeal heard minimize that chance. Your best bet is to play your best hand possible in the trial itself, because it's much harder to overturn a conviction than to win a verdict. Why not play all your hands when you can, instead of saying, just in case, I want to be able to, down the road, win on a technicality.
Yeah, I only mention that because as a mathematician, I'm trained to throw in like the qualifiers for except in that case. But yeah, it's not practical to like not say anything for appellate purposes. Just if you look at the blood evidence in his apartment alone, there's no practical chance. It's always possible that as a defense lawyer, you're defending someone who's not very rational. I can't read his mind. I don't know what conversations they had, but yeah, I do think like for all practical purposes, it's a mistake not to show contrition for sentencing purposes.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it's like, what did you say, 50-something years before parole?
Yeah, 51 years, 51 calendar years of time served.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder, what
And
if
he's
you
how
aren't
old?
contrite? Like, do you
Well,
try
then
to...
it would show.
Yeah.
It
I
would
mean,
show for sure.
Yeah, what if you don't come across as
what if you are
genuinely
contrite, but
contritious?
it doesn't look that way?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Mathis, great points always. For some reason, it didn't work though. You called and the judge did not come back in the middle of your call.
Yeah, it's weird. I really tried to time it perfectly.
Good effort there.
I thought you had a crystal ball and this was going to work for sure, but not this time, unfortunately.
So, Mathis, I'm going to ask, what is your take on crime of passion? Good idea that we ought to have that law, or not so good idea?
I mean, as a lesser than first degree murder,
as a defense to a first degree murder charge.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, suppose you really have to think about like the ladder of severity. We're talking about what is less than first degree murder. Well, anything that we can call second degree murder. Second degree murder that happened is anything that wasn't like premeditated, or you don't have I really like the specific language they had that I don't see in every first degree murder case, where they thought about like you had to have the moment of like calm reflection for like when you're talking premeditation. Okay, what is meditation? A moment of calm reflection. Before you do it, you have to have a moment, no matter how short, to think about it. And then, well, what if you don't rationally think about it? It's a perfectly valid question for a legal situation like this. Like, what if you are? I think at some point, Scott mentioned the scenario of what if you have a husband comes home, showing his brand new gun from the gun show. He found it really early, and so he's home earlier, and he wants to show it to his wife, and he catches her cheating, and he without thinking he shoots he's super shocked, and then he shoots.
Yeah.
That perfect like textbook in the heat of the moment argument. It's very difficult in practice to delineate some of those cases. Like, how do you know that this was crime of passion versus...
I can tell you the prosecution would say, look, you planned this out. You went, you bought a gun, you came in and shot her.
Yeah.
That's what the prosecutor's going to say.
No. Maybe they have like a bedroom. Maybe the the wife was making a tape for later, and everything was captured. You can clearly see the husband being ecstatic.
You're breaking
he just
up.
wants to
You're
show
breaking
the gun.
up. You're breaking up, Mathis. Careful here. Careful.
But I think Scott has a really good point, and Mathis, it goes to your point as well, that we cannot read people's minds, and so saying, hey, you had time to think about this, we're just going to look at the evidence of how you lived your life, what you did that day, and that clearly shows, you thought about it or you didn't. But it doesn't necessarily show that.
A crime of passion to me is something, a situation that a normal average person would be in that is so extreme, that is so, outrageous that it causes them to do something that it would cause something that a normal person to act out in a way that maybe a little hindsight.
Okay. No, I'm going on this.
For example.
And with that, no.
For example.
The example is the sheriff who shot the judge after seeing something from his own daughter who was abused in that courtroom.
Okay.
Or not that courtroom, that judge's chamber.
Yeah, Kentucky.
That's also, if that's true, very good example.
Okay, so I like that example because it's a little bit outside of the box and what we normally think of, and yet it really plays into my theory, which is that there's no such thing as, what are we saying, crime of passion. I reject that idea. There's absolutely no such thing as a crime of passion. There are times when our character and our human nature demands that we respond in a certain way, that we protect the defenseless, that we protect our children, that we take care of those who cannot take care of themselves. That is not a crime of passion. That is a human response to a situation that we ought to respond that way in. It is not us losing control and getting to a point where we'll do something where we would never do it in any other situation. That is the appropriate response. Okay, well, hang on. I don't know that going in and shooting up the judge was the appropriate response, but I'm saying...
that's the distinction, where it's not a self-defense instant. It's a mind goes in, you're confronted with something so shocking, what if it's revealed that this dude was the masked bad guy all along, and then you shoot him immediately because...
And that's okay. Mathis, I'm so glad you said that because I disagree. Lovingly, I disagree because.
Do you feel loved, Mathis?
I do. I really appreciate this because I think that there is a difference between saying, I'm going to fulfill the role that is innate in who I am, which is to protect those who need to be protected. And, oh my goodness, you shocked me. That was really scary. I better shoot you. No, that's different. Those are two different things. If somebody's shocking you and your first response is to shoot them, there's something wrong with you. But if somebody is hurting... Go ahead.
It's about shocking someone with an extreme display of immorality and depravity is what the typical crime of passion defense would be about.
Okay,
what if you see someone...
if there's a victim there of that immorality or depravity, okay. But now we're back to that same protect those who need to be protected. But
but what if it's too late to protect someone? What if it was I who poisoned the water supply?
Then you do not kill them.
That would be something where someone could snap.
Then it would be wrong of the person who snapped. This is me. This is my opinion.
That's true. But remember, it's not about whether it's right or wrong. It's about, is it the first number one worst kind of murder or the number two worst kind of murder? That's the only distinction.
I see.
Because crime of passion is not an affirmative defense. It's not quite the worst kind of murder. It's not self-defense, and it's not momentary insanity.
I'm curious, in Tennessee, what the difference is between second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. I wonder what the...
See, okay.
What the element
you would have to read a lot of specific jury instructions.
Here's the crux of my problem with this, I believe, is that crimes of passion are undeterminable. That you can't tell what's going on necessarily. That they are, oh shoot, I lost my thought. It was a good one too.
They're provoked. A crime of passion is provoked.
Yeah.
Yes, but people provoke me all the time. I don't go off them.
Well, they need to try.
Yeah,
harder.
but it's still, again, you have to focus on the crime part. It's the provocation where you do something wrong without thinking.
Grim Faded said it's not about making it okay. It's about understanding the mindset and mitigating factors.
Okay, so then what is creating the mindset where something shocks us and we go to violence? And why do we think that's a good idea? That, oh, it was shocking, therefore violence? Why not it was shocking, therefore take 3 steps back and don't make eye contact? Like, it doesn't...
I mean, it's fight or flight or freeze.
Okay, maybe. And since I don't naturally fight, maybe that's why this is so hard for me to... It doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, why would you do that? But that's not my go-to. That makes me think, Mathis. Thank you. I was not considering this as valid at all, but I can see if it is a fight or flight response, which it's the part of the nervous system that doesn't tap into the brain nearly as frequently, then I can see how maybe that would be how somebody would respond in that situation. I still think we're using it as a blanket to cover all sorts of things that it should not even be in the realm of possibility on those things. It's like, oh, well, crime of passion because I was feeling a whole lot of passion. I was really upset. I was really scared. I was really, okay, what? But by the same token, I can see also where you're coming from, that a crime of passion could actually fall in the category of fight or flight. And in that moment, then it would certainly not be something you're thinking about. That might not have made sense. I'm still working out in my head.
Yes, and I guess it's important to... So I think one benefit that we have is that we watch a lot of different states. And so if you look at what other states define as second-degree murder, is something like depraved mind murder, where what is the alternative is from this was premeditated. You had a moment to think before you did it. You had a moment to think and made the decision. Yeah, I want to do this, or your mind is just wrong.
Yeah, but see, okay,
that's where you can kind of draw this distinction between you were in a surge of emotion or you're just kind of
judge is back,
and that emotion
judge
is
back.
like moral depravity.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to think on that more.
Judge is back.
Mathis.
Mathis, thanks for the call.
Very good. See, I did make it happen. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
You gotta put it back? Okay. What do you want?
Trying to figure out what's happening here.
You want to hear?
They must have had lunch. The Mathis mojo works again. It's amazing. Looks like we might have a question of some sort.
She just wanted me to remind you. Yeah, sure. All right.
Your mic's muted, is okay. Council approaches. We've got the timer of 1:52. I'm pretty sure we've got a verdict here, but we just haven't heard confirmation. I mean, everybody in council. Cameraman should zoom in so we can read lips, but no. We might... Oh, confirming decision reached. You know what that means.
bring out Mr. Chen, please.
They're bringing out Mr. Chen. We'll have to turn the music down because this is the moment we've been waiting for. 1 hour and 52 minutes on the clock. The jury has reached a verdict in the sentencing phase of this trial. It took nearly double the time that it took them to establish his guilt, but possibly they had lunch in the middle. Innocent explanation for the longer deliberation time. The jury had two options. First, they had to decide if there was an aggravating factor, and second, they had to decide if that aggravating factor justified life without parole. Those are the two questions the jury is going to answer.
The jury has reached a sentencing decision. Is the state ready to take the decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready? Yes. I'll bring it in.
The jury has reached a verdict in the sentencing stage, and they're bringing them in now. So. Two options are life without parole or life with the opportunity of parole, which means that at 51 years of service, he would get the first chance at parole. He would be over 70 years old.
Yes, Your Honor.
Giving the papers to Mr. Zaria. Stand, Chen, please stand. Your turn. Charles, please, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry, the very top sentence there. With respect.
With respect to the sentence of the defendant, Jason Chen, on count 1 of presentment 315228, we, the jury, do unanimously find the following statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt, in that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death, and do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Please maintain quorum. Thank you. Our jurors, if this is your individual verdict, please so indicate by raising your right hand. You should indicate that all right hands are raised. If you decide to start the polling of the jury. No, Your Honor. Okay.
That's life without parole.
Jurors, this concludes your service. It may seem like 2 years ago that we first met. It's only 2 weeks ago. But as you can tell, this is a very important case for both sides in this community. On behalf of everyone here in Hampton County, please accept my sincere gratitude for the sacrifice that you have made away from your life to be part of this. You're going to be taken back to the jury room. Sometimes the attorneys like getting feedback on what they could have done better next time, what's important to you. You don't have to talk to them if you don't want to. I know they appreciate it. I'll be back there momentarily myself to brief you on what comes next. But again, with my sincere gratitude, you may step into the jury room.
Mr. Chen is blinking a lot. Impossible to tell if he's...
Mr. Chen is 13th juror sitting on this particular matter. I do concur with the jurors' results and do find you that the state has met its burden and therefore sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Is there an agreement on count 2 or we meet that sentencing hearing?
Your Honor, if the defendant is in agreement, the state would offer 1 year to serve concurrent with the sentence that the court gave, the jury gave, and in count 1, that would be the minimum that the defendant could serve.
You need time to talk to Mr. Chen about that, Mr. Lawrence?
I should.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chen, you may go back to the sheriff. Excuse me. Just one other matter to take care of. Is that correct? With the defendant's mother. approach, please.
What's up with the defendant's mother? Now I'm super curious. The state just offered a 1-year sentence for the second charge, the abuse of a corpse, which would be run concurrently. It doesn't matter. 1 year would expire. He would not get out of prison.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who've been here for the last 2 years and 2 months, you can tell it's been a very long road. It's not over yet. There's obviously some appeals process that have to be undergone at this point. There'll be maybe one more matter that occurs here at the trial level. Thank you for maintaining as much decorum as you could. It's not helpful to have expressions to the degree that might hurt the case. That didn't happen in this case. And I know both sides have been waiting for this particular day for a very long time. It's finally right. So hopefully this can at least start the process of healing for both sides. With that, this case is adjourned.
Thank you, Judge. We'll talk about that. Count two and we'll go.
With that, the case is over. The case is adjourned. Wow.
What did they say there at the end? That she was too emotional?
I don't know. They said there's an issue with Mr. Chen's mother that needed to be addressed. And then he said, please approach. We don't know what that was.
But didn't he say right afterward, he was like, we don't like things to get emotional.
He was telling people in the jury that the fact that they hadn't had massive emotional outbreaks during the trial, those are some things that can jeopardize the trial. Like you saw in Sarah Boone's case, where she said, the fact that somebody cried, the family cried and sobbed and left during, that was jeopardized her trial. He said that didn't happen here, and he thanked the members in the courtroom for that. What a trial! And with that, we're at 2:37. I've got a little bit of time to clean up my desk and make it look presentable for an interview. I would hate for people to see it like this.
That would be embarrassing.
Oh my goodness! Heavy day. I do believe there's a civil suit that Jasmine's family has filed against Mr. Chen's family, alleging that their participation in hiding him. It's very similar to the laundry case.
They hid him?
Well, they allege that they knew what happened and were helping him hide, which would make them criminally or civilly liable, possibly criminally as well. If it depends on the knowledge they had, but. So it's not over. That's going to continue. Megan says, hey, I make branded apparel. I would love to bless the family with some matching merch. Oh, that's awesome. Hit me up on the burner phone. Let me know what we can work out. Let's see. Have a blast your collaboration. I hope to. I like that we can see Mrs. R.A. with this view. It's a cool setup. Well, if I'd get out of the way.
You get to see my sad face. I don't.
Yeah.
Scott, you're bouncing back way faster than I can on that. That's so hard.
I have the ability to forget things and push things out of my mind.
Really?
It's brilliant. Some call it amnesia. I just call it's a gift. There are no winners when you walk out of court with a sentence like this. There's not a side that's celebrated and headed down to the bar and round for everybody. I'm buying. It's not how it goes. The fact of the matter is, two families walk out of here completely devastated, and their lives will never be the same. And one
both
person
of them, right?
is receiving justice.
I could just see his mom and dad today, and that is so tragic. But her mom and dad too. It is tragic everywhere. There's so much pain in that courtroom right now. I just feel bad.
Yeah, it's hard. It's selective remembering. I have selective hearing as well. I combine the two, and it's really, really beneficial, especially on to-do lists. But that being said, thank you everyone who joined us for this trial. We will tomorrow, I believe, be picking up another trial. We'll be speed watching the Cochran trial.
So if I listen to it on 2 times speed,
it will be like 7 times speed for you. Yeah, you'll love it. That's the speed you consume information at. So. We do have a contest going right now of how many buttons I have in my studio. Make your best guess.
We need like an alternate contest. How long will it take Scott to count them? That's a lot of buttons.
Long time.
Anyway. Are you counting how many buttons are on your phone? Like how many things you press?
No.
That doesn't make any
Physical
sense.
buttons.
Mechanical.
Yeah, mechanical buttons. Now, my phone does have buttons, but the screen, how many icons I have on my screen is not counted.
You have like 3 buttons. Then.
Yeah, so there you're helping people.
But I don't know if that's true. I just know that they're not enough that I could actually hold the thing and not push a button. There are that many.
Yep. I do want to say thank you to everybody who stuck with us through this trial. This was a hard one for a couple of reasons. It was a heavy trial. It was emotional. It was difficult to listen to audio-wise, and I did my best on that one. It was a tough one to fix. Hopefully the next one will be much better on our ears. Less static, more clarity. But we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow with more court watching. Of course, we have the podcast coming up on Thursday. I have to cancel that other meeting. The podcast was first, so
you can do both.
I can do both. I've got a video gig meeting, a committee meeting for a video gig that goes right up to podcast time, and I'm going to tell them, hey, I've got to leave early. So, all right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. Till we go live again tomorrow morning about 8:30ish as we speed trial to catch up. In the Cochran trial, I have not watched anything yet of that trial, so this has been my first time. I realize we're a few days behind. We'll try to catch up as quick as we can, skipping the breaks, skipping the lunches. I'm going to have to, it's going to be wild. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of action packed in a little bit of time. Please be here for that. Bring a friend. Thank you all. Have yourselves a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Happy birthday. You look good.
As well.
In front of the Walmart. I was kicked back, taking it easy.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Because he's the guy.